of Minute Maid Park in Houston, Texas. Fox Sports Houston brings you Houston Astros baseball. Tonight, the Astros open a 7-game homestand. It's the first of 4 against the first-place Washington Nationals. Good evening, everybody. Bill Brown and Jim DeShays. The Nationals are for real. They've built a nice 3-game lead in the NL East, JD.
Yeah, they've been in first place most of the year, despite the fact that they really haven't had their whole club together yet due to injury. Starting to get some players back. The pitching has led the way for the Washington Nationals. Tonight we take a look at veteran right-hander Edwin Jackson. He's 6-7 with a 3.57 ERA. The Astros roughed him up back in April. Dallas Keuchel looking to get things turned around. He got to a great start through his first 3 starts. Since then, he has really struggled. Now 1-4 with an ERA approaching 6.
Coming up, the Astros are back home, and Justin Maxwell had a good road trip. Bryce Harper is here for the first time. We'll see this matchup in just a moment.
Insurance Group. Call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE today. It is going to be the Astros and the Washington Nationals in a strange second 4-game series between these two rivals from separate divisions. As the Astros take the field, the meeting at home plate just breaking up. The Astros have a win over tonight's starting pitcher, and they had a strange start. Brownie and J.D. will talk about that in the first inning of that game in Washington. So they have a track record. We'll see if they can keep it going. Meanwhile, with the Astros on the field, the warm-up pitch is about to begin. Greg Lucas here on the field, sending it up to the booth. Bill Brown and Jim DeShays.
Thank you, Greg. First of a 7-game homestand for the Astros. First of a 10-game road trip for the former Montreal Expos. And they've never had a year like this since they became the Washington Nationals. Going back to Expos days, as J.D. mentioned, they were a playoff team in 1981. It's been a long drought for them, but they are looking very good right now to return to the playoffs with a very strong rotation. And here is the Hyundai Nationals batting order. Danny Espinosa has slid over from second base to take over at shortstop with an injury there, giving him that opportunity to return to his natural position. Bryce Harper's the center fielder. Ryan Zimmerman at third base, batting third. The cleanup man is left fielder Michael Moores. Adam LaRoche at first base, Jason Worth in right field, Kurt Suzuki, the new catcher, Steve Lombardozzi at second, and Edwin Jackson, the pitcher.
Like the girl with the curl on her forehead. When Keiko's been good, he's been really, really good. When he's been bad, he's been horrid. 1-0 through his first 3 with a .135 ERA. Since then, 4 starts, 0-4, 10.42. So Dallas looking to return to form. The guy we saw through those first 3 starts, including a complete game effort in his second major league start. Defensively, it's Martinez, Schaefer, and Maxwell in the outfield. Third to first goes Moore, Gonzalez, Altuve, Wallace, Carlos Corporan. Works behind the plate tonight for Keuchel. Sinker, changeup, cut fastball, and occasional curveball from Dallas. All about command for him. He's walked too many. 25 walks in 39 innings. He's only struck out 14. He's a finesse guy. He's not going to punch out a lot, so he's got to really limit those walks, keep the ball in the ballpark. Just a handful of major league starts under his belt. It's a work in progress.
Danny Espinosa is first up against him, 25 years old, a switch hitting infielder, 239, 10 homers, 36 runs batted in. He's better from this right side of the plate, 295 for Espinosa. He was the second baseman, playing shortstop with the injury to Ian Desmond, and playing it well. There's strike one. Well, the Nationals really have not missed much, although he has made a couple throwing errors, but nonetheless, they are a pitching based club, and offensively they're 8th in the league in runs scored. Keuchel missing there, takes the count to 1 ball, 1 strike. Keuchel with 25 walks in 39 innings, trying to work on that aspect of his game. The Nationals are 8th in on base average in the National League.
They've done a real nice job because they've really been banged up all year. They've spent first couple of months without Michael Morse, who's a big horse in the middle of their order. Jason Worth got hurt, missed a bunch of time. Now Desmond's on the shelf, but they just keep clicking along.
Espinosa takes it. He works the count to 3-1. He played at Long Beach State. 3rd round pick in 08. This Nationals team has developed good players through the draft and through the farm system, and he's one of them. Last year he hit 21 homers and drove in 66 runs.
Switch hitter far better from this side of the plate.
He bangs one on a broken bat liner into center field. And the barrel of the bat's out toward third base. Espinosa's on with a leadoff single.
And you talk about the walks that Dallas has allowed so far this year, and it's not just walks, it's being in hitters' counts. And here he's 3-1, has to give in to Espinosa, and Espinosa hits a line drive to center field.
Now Rookie of the Year candidate Bryce Harper comes up, 19 years old, first overall pick in the 2010 draft from Las Vegas. He's hit well. He's played very hard. He's run the bases with abandon. Plays similar to the way Pete Rose used to play. There's ball 1 to Harper. 260, 10 homers, 30 runs batted in. He has fallen off a bit since earlier this season, as JD mentioned, but nonetheless possesses quite a lot of skills and an all-star this year. And certainly good enough to play a nice brand of center field.
His swing reminds me a little bit of Albert Pujols, the way he pulls his hands in and takes the knob of the bat towards the ball. In golf, they talk about getting lag with the golf club, and you see that a lot with Harper, the way the hands lead, and then he just whips the barrel through.
He's younger than the World Wide Web.
He doesn't even know what dial-up is. If we were to say, remember the days of dial-up? He'd say, what's that?
Last year he was at Hagerstown and Harrisburg, reaching the AA level.
Sweet kicks he's rocking too. Oh my goodness.
He is well equipped. Purchased that number 34 from a teammate at AA Harrisburg last year. The 3 and the 4 adding up to 7. He was a big fan of Mickey Mantle. 2 balls and a strike.
Why didn't he just take 7?
Not sure. Good looking shoes. He was Rookie of the Month in the National League in May. Came up from AAA Syracuse and made his debut at the end of April 28th at Los Angeles.
I guess he wanted to be a little more subtle, and for fear of drawing comparisons, saying I'm as good as Mantle. He'd probably let other people say that. He didn't want to say it himself.
That's right there. Good pitch for Keuchel. And it's a 2-ball, 2-strike count. Harper's the 6th player to hit at least 10 homers before turning 20.
6th, huh? Ty Cobb, Rusty Staub.
Ooh, maybe Al
Al
Kaline.
Kaline. A-Rod.
There you go. It's a little early for trivia time.
No, well, it's never too early for trivia.
Strike out. And Keuchel gets out number 1 with Harper looking at it.
Nice job of coming back by Dallas, working that outside corner down around the knees.
Quality pitch. Chris Conroy, the home plate umpire, acknowledging it. Ryan Zimmerman next, 278, 15 homers, 57 runs batted in. He's been on fire, hitting .370 since the 1st of July with an OPS of 1160.
He really struggled early in the year. Had some shoulder problems, got a cortisone shot, and since then has really returned to form. He's one good ball player.
And he was favoring that shoulder when we were in Washington, dropping down a little bit on his throws. That's been an issue with him for a few years now. First half 243, second half 385 for Zimmerman. Big hits too. And a real leader on this club. He was given a contract extension in February. He's good through 2019, JD.
2019. What year is this? 2012.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. How old is he?
He's 25.
Well, barring any catastrophic injury, he should still be a pretty productive player at the end of that contract.
Actually, he's 27. He was a first-round pick in 05, so as Espinosa's at first was 17 of 22. The Nationals have had those high draft choices, and they have 3 of them right here. Steven Strasburg, first overall pick, as was Harper, and Zimmerman, a 4th overall pick. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Zimmerman had a good series when the Astros were in Washington. That was way back in mid-April. The Nationals winning 3 of the 4 games. They won the first 3, and then the Astros took the finale 11-4. As Bud Norris beat Edwin Jackson, tonight's starter for Washington. Keuchel falls behind 2-1 on Zimmerman. Zimmerman last year was injured. He had surgery for an abdominal strain. And that limited him to 12 homers, 49 runs batted in. But his production is pretty well documented. He's been a 100 RBI man or better twice. A couple of silver sluggers. Altuve and Gonzalez double play depth as that one goes out of play. 2-2. That leaves the right side of the infield pretty well open for Ryan Zimmerman. Washington, quite a road club, the best in the majors at 33-21. They go on to Arizona and San Francisco after this 4-game series. All 4 of these start times 7:05 Monday through Thursday nights. A chopper goes out to Gonzalez. He takes it and throws on to Brett Wallace. Up and over the sliding Espinosa for a 6-3 double play and a 0 for Keuchel. To put up his 0 in the first. Now the Astros come up with the bottom half with this Hyundai starting lineup for Brad Mills. Jose Altuve second base, Marwin Gonzalez shortstop, Fred Wallace first base, Justin Maxwell right field. Scott Moore batting fifth, plays third with J.D. Martinez in left, Jordan Schaefer in center, Carlos Corporal the catcher for Dallas Keuchel.
Working for Davey Johnson's Nationals tonight on the mound is right-hander Edwin Jackson. Back on April 19th, the Astros touched him up for 5 runs in 5 innings. He allowed 7 hits, including 3 triples, as the Astros went on to win that game. As Brownie documented back in the top half of the inning. Defensively, Morse and Worth flanked Harper out there in center field. Zimmerman, Espinosa, Lombardozzi, and LaRoche around the infield. Recently acquired Kurt Suzuki over from the Oakland A's. Veteran backstop, very good defensively. He's doing the catching here tonight.
Got 3 triples in the first inning off Jackson. And then after the 5-run first, he settled down and did not give up any more runs. Just 1 hit allowed over the next 4. He trailed 5-4 when he left the game. The Astros won at 11-4. Altuve at .298 with 5 homers. Has driven in 29. He has scored 59. He's 9th in the league in hits with 120.
Jackson, a power pitcher. Among starting pitchers in the National League, he's got one of the best fastballs. Averages right around 94 miles an hour. That can be said about this entire rotation for the Nationals. They have a bunch of flamethrowers.
Strike makes it 0-2 for Jackson. They sure do. Edwin was drafted by the Dodgers in 01 in the 6th round. He's 28 years old. Last year he pitched for the White Sox in St. Louis, going 12-9 with a 3.79 ERA. He's from Germany. Bounces that breaking ball. It's 1-2. Pitched in the World Series and lost a game for the Redbirds, and then turned free agent, and Washington scooped him back in February. Kind of a late sign. In his career, he's 66 and 67. Would it be a big stretch to say he might pitch in his 2nd straight World Series with this Washington club, JD?
No, it certainly is a fairly good chance of that happening. You know, a lot is going to depend on how they handle September. They're going to, in all likelihood, shut down Strasburg.
Altuve's down on strikes.
But, boy, they have a lot of depth in the rotation. You know, Gio Gonzalez was an all-star. He's really good. Jordan Zimmerman is outstanding. Detweiler's been pitching well. If he's your Ringo in your Fab Four, you know, he's pretty solid.
Altuve unhappy.
And John Lannon, the guy who got bumped down to AAA at the start of the year because of the depth of this rotation, is called up to make a couple of starts. Has been called up to do that. He's pitched fine, and Lannon's a competitive guy. He's not a hard thrower like the rest of them, but he knows how to pitch. You get into that postseason, you can get by with fewer arms anyway.
Ball 1 to Marwin Gonzalez, 262 with a homer. He's driven in 8. Marwin was 2 for 11 in the series in Atlanta over the weekend, and went 5 for 21 on the road trip, fielding the position well in the absence of Jed Lowry. Just off the plate, and it's 2-0 for Edwin Jackson, who has walked 39 in 126 innings.
Cut that walk rate down. Earlier in his career, walks were a bit of a problem for him. You see his numbers against the Astros through 5 starts, 2-1, ERA of 4.55.
Going back to 04, he beat Brandon Duckworth in L.A. Seems like longer ago than that, doesn't it? Well, that's 8 years.
Wow, we haven't mentioned Brandon Duckworth in quite some time.
We have not. 3 balls, no strikes. In 05, he beat Roy Oswalt in L.A. 3-0 to Marwin. Fred Wallace on deck.
Taking all the way here. And now put him in a box. Make sure you get your pitch.
Well, you mentioned this fabulous starting rotation, a rotation with 70 quality starts for the Nationals. And their pitching is simply the best in the majors in terms of ERA, 3.28. That's laced to right field. That'll drive it up a little bit, as that is a Marwin Gonzalez home run. Number 2. 1-0 Houston as Gonzalez drives in his 9th.
Edwin Jackson must have found that box. He found Marwin's happy zone with that 3-1 fastball, and he didn't just hit it out of here. He hit it into the second tank. Pretty impressive swing for a guy who had 1 home run all year prior to this. Good quick stroke and a smile. Says, yes, sir. Got every bit of that one.
Marvelous Marwin goes deep.
Yeah. Good drive. Pull out your sand wedge. You're right there.
First time since May 14th he's hit a homer. 97 at bats. That makes it 1-0 for Brett Wallace. Red lines went over shortstop. That dunks into left field. Off the end of the bat, Wallace is aboard for Justin Maxwell now.
Brett had a couple of hits yesterday, one that looked just like this, and that's a great swing for that kind of a pitch. 2-seam fastball off that outside edge. Much good is going to happen if you try to pull that one. He's got Jackson on the back of the mound trying to regroup.
Jackson earlier this season had major first inning problems. 253 for Justin Maxwell. The former National has 12 homers, 36 runs batted in. He was drafted by Washington in the 4th round in 05. It's a 395-footer by Marvelous Marwin. And J. Max went on a home run spree, as JD mentioned earlier, in Atlanta over the weekend. 2 homers, 4 runs batted in, 6 for 8. He was 4 for 4 Saturday night with those 2 homers and came back with 2 more hits last night. That gave him a 7 for 13 road trip, 2 homers and 5 driven in.
Good breaking ball there. Mostly fastball slider from Edwin Jackson. He does have a curveball, and he'll also cut his fastball, but he relies primarily on those power pitches. Good hard slider that when it's at its best, it'll remind you a little bit of Lidge, where it's more of a downer than a horizontal breaking pitch. Yeah, he's got a 7.65 first inning ERA this year.
And the Astros really helped to build that with their 5-run first in Washington. 69% fastball. That's fouled away, and it's 1-2. Justin Maxwell, 28 years old, last 10 games, sizzling, 364, 3 bombs. Back in 07, he was the Nationals Minor League Player of the Year. That's when he first came to the big leagues. And he just recently had the second 2-home run game of his career, the first for the Nats in 09. And getting extended playing time here recently. Is 186 at bats for the season. Way up. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Suzuki's a good defensive player. He had to spring out of that crouch and lift that left arm way up to grab that one.
Yeah, he's very athletic back there. Throws well. He's thrown out 38% this year with the A's, which is really, really good.
The Nationals were thrilled to get him in a trade for a young catcher a few days ago. They've had a banged up catching core this year. And Jackson kept it down and got strikeout number 2 of the inning.
There's that good downward breaking slider I was talking about. Really gets on top of it. Shows in the zone and then just dives down around the ankles.
Good job by the catcher snagging it out of the dirt. Scott Moore comes up now. 228 for Moore, 5 homers. Scott has driven in 14. He went 3 for 16 with a homer on the road trip. JD Martinez is waiting. The Astros 25 and 27 at Minute Maid Park, 11 and 46 on the road. 93 miles per hour, and that works for strike 1 for Jackson. The home team has won 18 of the last 24 games in head-to-head play between these 2 clubs.
Talking with Davey Johnson during batting practice, and he said every member of his starting rotation aside from John Lannon, who's come up for those spot starts, has touched 96 miles an hour with their fastball.
Wow. Steven Strasburg is the one member of that rotation who will not be pitching in this 4-game series. He pitched yesterday very well. Popped up foul. Zimmerman over. Zimmerman can't quite get there. 1-2 to Scott Moore. Tomorrow night it's lefty Ross Detweiler against Jordan Lyles. Wednesday night Gio Gonzalez, another lefty, against Armando Galarraga. There you see the ERA by inning on Jackson. If he can get through the first 3, he's golden. Jordan Zimmerman, who's an excellent right-hander, pitches Thursday night against Lucas Harrell. That should be a terrific matchup, the way Lucas has been throwing the ball.
Whoop.
He gets away, but not far enough to allow for an advance by Wallace. Suzuki scrambled for it. 2-2.
I'm guessing he got crossed up here.
Sure looked that way.
Maybe not. I'm trying to, that slider backed up on him. He was expecting it to break down and in on Moore, and it just kind of broke the other way.
How tough would that be, though? Get traded right in the middle of the season to a contending club with hard throwers of the nature you just described, trying to learn these pitchers on the fly. Moore strikes out, and that ends the Astros' first. Marwin Gonzalez home run to the second deck in right field makes it 1-0 Houston after 1.
Up 1-0 as we move to the second. The 1990s blue and gold uniforms are back as part of the 50th anniversary celebration presented by the Methodist Hospital System. Head to Minute Maid Park August 10th for a 7:05 game against the Brewers, and the first 10,000 fans will receive a 1990s blue and gold replica jersey courtesy of Coca-Cola. Get your tickets at Astros.com and get here early to get your 1990s replica jersey. Brownie, back to you.
Thanks, Bart. 1-0 Astros. Here's Michael Morse on a 14-game hitting streak. Goes out of play, strike one. Morse has returned from an injury to hit .300 with 8 homers, 33 runs batted in for Michael. Last year he was one of the mainstays of this Nationals offense, belting 31 homers, driving in 95 runs while hitting .303. Fouls that one back, and it's 0-2 for Dallas Keuchel, giving the first inning run support. Astros pitching has been much better here at Minute Maid Park this year with a 3.69 ERA. Little tap to third, charged by Moore. Extra time, 1 out. Keuchel had him off balance on that one.
Morse was bound and determined to get his money's worth up there, hacking at all three pitches he saw in this at-bat. Good quality pitches from Keuchel. He ends up rolling over, hitting this slow roller to Moore. A good start to the top of the second for Keuchel.
Yes, it is. Against a guy who can take him out of the ballpark. Adam LaRoche has been one of the biggest stories about this Nationals team. Possible comeback player of the year. With a .278 average, 23 homers, 71 runs batted in for LaRoche, and he has been on an absolute tear lately.
He's going to get some MVP votes with the job he's doing this year.
Astros have the shift on with Altuve in right field, and Gonzalez over on the first base side of second. LaRoche looks at it, and it's 0-2. This is the Dallas Keuchel the Astros would like to see, getting ahead of the hitters. One ball, two strikes at home. Dallas has a very respectable ERA. Lost his last home start to Pittsburgh, giving up 5 runs in 6 innings. But he went the distance, beating Cleveland here 8-1 back in June.
Ooh, boy, it didn't miss by much.
No, it did not. 2-2, so overall he's 1-1 with an ERA of 3 in 3 starts at Minute Maid.
Just off that outside edge, but a good pitch.
Breaking pitch, tap foul by LaRoche. LaRoche has hit 7 homers in his last 12 games. Since July 22nd, he's hitting .442, going 23 for 52. He leads National League first baseman in homers and runs batted in.
He's going to make your postseason All-Star team, Brownie.
Sounds like it. If he keeps this up. And he was injured last year. The Nationals went shopping for Prince Fielder over the winter. Right there to the perfectly positioned Marwin Gonzalez, 2 outs. Fielder was a little too rich for their blood, and LaRoche has paid big dividends by coming back and showing everybody what he can do.
Score that 6-3.
Okay.
Even though it was hit on where the second baseman normally would be.
Jason Worth is next.
Of course, if you're keeping a scorecard at home, you know that.
You do. 291 for Jason.
You don't have novices keeping scorecards when watching a ball game on TV.
No, they're experts. 3 home runs for Jason off the disabled list and playing well. And even though the game frequently moves really quickly for somebody who's been hurt for weeks and weeks, he has been able to play at that speed. He returned on Thursday after missing 75 games with a broken wrist. And smacks one into left field. Injured the wrist when his gloved hand bent back on him trying to come in and make a catch. Worth is aboard with a 2-out single. Here it is.
The signing of Worth last year drew a lot of criticism for the Nationals. They signed him to a long multi-year deal. And a lot of folks thought that was not money wisely spent. Time will tell. He's a good solid player.
There's a scorebook. That looked like the old Peterson softball scorebook down there, JD.
Never had one of those.
Oh, you got to get one.
Peterson softball scorebook?
Absolutely. Draw the lines where the ball was hit. Draw them right in the diamond. Kurt Suzuki takes ball 1. You saw the numbers for his career, and it's been an interesting one to look at this afternoon because we weren't that familiar with him. He's a Cal State Fullerton catcher who, in fact, had a game-winning hit in the College World Series championship game against Texas. 28 years old. Made his debut against the Astros in interleague play in 07. And had a big year in 09, JD. 15 homers, 88 runs batted in.
Been a good this year.
Yeah, they really have been off.
He's from Hawaii.
Wailuku, you know where that is?
Yeah, it's in Hawaii.
Okay.
It's out there, big island in the Pacific.
Bouncer off the glove of Keuchel. That slows it down, and the throw is not going to get him. It's an infield hit for Suzuki. First and second, 2 outs for Lombardozzi now.
Oh, been a good fortune here for Suzuki. This ground ball off the glove of Keuchel. Spirited effort by Marwin Gonzalez, but had no real shot at him. Got to be careful trying to make that play. You could throw it away and give the Nationals an extra base. Big at bat here. Got the pitcher on deck, although it's a pitcher who handles the bat pretty well. Edwin Jackson hitting .200 this year.
Lombardozzi, a .264 hitter with 2 homers, has 21 runs batted in. Son of former Astros Steve Lombardozzi, who also played second base. 23 years old, a 19th round pick in '08. Switch hitter, born in Maryland, went to St. Petersburg Junior College. His dad played for the Twins before the Astros got him. That one comes up and hits the bare hand of Carlos Corporan. The runner at second scuffles back in there. Worth shuffles, I should say. There's ball 1.
I think he got leather on it. Looked like it caught the inside of his leg, but yeah, whatever it takes. Well, Lombardozzi, even Steve Sr., I mean, first Knobloch chases him out of Minnesota, then Biggio kicks him out here. Bad timing.
You wouldn't chase that one, and it's on appeal, ball 2. Mark Carlson with a call, 2 balls, no strikes. Keuchel's thrown 31 pitches. Now, that was a beauty he threw here when he beat the Indians, giving up 6 hits and 1 run in 9 innings, walking 1 in that game. Throws a strike there to make it 2-1 with Worth dancing off second base.
And Corporan telling Keuchel to keep an eye on Worth, but I think the dugout would rather say, don't worry so much, let's just get the hitter. We got 2 outs here.
That's a strike to Lombardozzi, who played some left field earlier this year when the Nationals had injuries that were mounting among their outfielders. Now they have to be thinking, though, with the people they're getting back from those injuries, that they are very well fortified for the final 2 months of the season. 3 games in front of Atlanta right now. Ground ball to short. Gonzalez to Altuve for the force on Suzuki. No runs, 2 hits, 2 left. And it's 1-0 Houston. Gonzalez, time for the Farmers Insurance Report Card, showing you somebody who's been sizzling in the Astros minor league system. Newly acquired Double-A Corpus Christi outfielder Mark Krause was named Texas League Player of the Week. In his first 6 games, he has a .423 average, 5 homers, 15 runs batted in, and a 1,077 slugging percentage after being obtained in the Chris Johnson deal with Arizona.
Talk about a first impression. My goodness.
Yeah. What's he got going there? A little pizza bite of some kind?
Yeah, a little pizza pie.
Yeah. Little guy off to a nice start with a snack.
Yeah, that's just a warm-up. That's BP right there. That's just a little warm-up.
He'll still be eating in the 8th inning.
Yeah.
Edwin Jackson trailing 1-0. The National League's best run differential in the first 2 innings belongs to the Washington Nationals. They've outscored their opponents by 27 in the first 2. Jackson giving up just the 1 run. And now, as he regrouped from the Gonzalez homer, giving up a single to Wallace, then striking out Maxwell and Moore, he gets a fresh start against J.D. Martinez, who has 11 homers, 54 runs batted in. 241 for J.D. That's strike 1 to him. J.D. was 2 for 11 in the series in Washington with a couple of runs batted in.
That fastball slider combination, Jackson's been very tough on right-handed hitters this year. They're hitting just .226 against him. His game very similar to Bud Norris's game. Good heater, hard slider.
He opposed Bud Norris in that game in Washington, with Bud winning it. To right field, Worth comes over, and it's 1 out for Jackson. Jordan Schaefer will follow with a .218 average. Jordan has 4 homers. He's driven in 23. Nationals won yesterday 4-1 over Miami. Steven Strasburg struck out 6 in 6 innings to get his 12th win of the year. He's the big gun on this pitching staff.
You know, obviously the Nationals committed to shutting Strasburg down when he gets to 160 innings or so to protect his arm coming off of surgery. I don't know that they could afford to take his bat out of the lineup. You see his hitting numbers?
Yeah.
Wow.
They're crazy, aren't they?
He's their best hitter.
It's ball 1. Somebody asked Davey Johnson about that. Well, Davey, if you shut him down as a pitcher, could he pinch hit? I don't think so. 343 for Strasburg. A homer, 7 runs batted in. Bounce to first base. LaRoche is a good fielder. 2 outs. Carlos Corporan will be up next. Davey, of course, managing the '86 Mets. Beat the Astros in that legendary playoff series, the NLCS. With that fabulous pitching staff. He's in some good spots to manage excellent pitching staffs, isn't he?
Yeah, well, he's made the comparison between this club and the Met club that he took over and managed in that World Series team. I think in '84 maybe he started managing that Met club and watched those young pitchers develop. Gooden and Darling, Sid Fernandez and company. Of course, they had a lot of thunder in that lineup too, but he talked a lot about this club earlier in the year, reminding him of the '86 Mets.
Strike to Carlos Corporan, 316 for Carlos. 2 homers, 6 runs batted in. He had a big smile on his face before he took his rounds of batting practice today, talking about his son, Carlos Jr. Cute little kid playing hide and seek with his parents. A year ago, it was touch and go for little Carlos coming into the world, but he had excellent medical care and things worked out extremely well. Dallas Keuchel's on deck. I asked Brad Mills, is Carlos Corporan a better player this year? And Brad said, better player in what regard? And I said, well, offensively. Because the numbers are very good. He said, well, you have to remember last year we played him an awful lot and he may have worn down.
I don't know if he's a better player, but he's playing better. If that makes any sense.
It does.
Because sometimes you got to look over, a bigger sample. Good change up there from Edwin.
And this mix of Chris Snyder and Carlos has worked well in the absence of the injured Jason Castro, who's working his way back. 3-2 now. Jason, by the way, after working at Corpus Christi behind the plate 2 or 3 games, is now going to join the Oklahoma City club. He has a day off today for travel, but the innings caught will build up for him. They want him to catch back-to-back 9-inning games before he comes back to the Astros, so it could be a week or so. Fly ball to right field. Looked like a broken bat. And Worth is there for out number 3. It's 1-0 Astros after 2.
Time for our progressive fan of the game. And today's fan of the game is evidence that persistence pays off. Daniel Westfall, who has been relentlessly hounding Patty Smith and tweeting Patty Smith, way to go, man. Only Patty told him, sure, you can be the fan of the game when Bart's working. So, once again, Patty's making promises for me that, you know, I'm glad to keep with Daniel. Talk about how long you've been an Astros fan, buddy.
Ever since I was born.
That's a long time.
Yeah, 17 years.
But today is the first time you've come to a game with your dad, Rick.
Correct.
Now and of course, cousin, uncle, the whole Westfall family is here. It's pretty neat because, of course, most kids start becoming baseball fans because they come to games with their dad. Rick, talk about this baseball team and what they've meant to you over the years.
We're still here to support him. He's been a big Astros fan his whole life, so he wants to still come out no matter what the record is.
All right, Westfall's over here. Introduce yourselves.
I'm Callan, Daniel's cousin.
Okay.
Jason Westfall.
And they just moved in from Texas City, so this is a family affair. But Daniel told me he's been communicating with Greg Lucas as well.
Correct. Yeah, on Twitter.
You've been a fan a long time. Who's your favorite all-time Astro?
Altuve.
Jose Altuve. You've also had a chance to meet several other guys. Bagwell, Biggio, who?
Altuve, Justin Maxwell, and J.D. Martinez.
Okay, he's got the glove here with him. He's ready for a foul ball, the whole bit. So, because of the persistence involved here, Daniel is our progressive fan of the game. Congratulations, bud.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of the game. Hey, if you're going to be here at a future game, you think you have a good story, be a good fan of the game, reach me on Twitter, at BartEnnisFSH or at Patty Smith FSH. Tell us why you think you'd be a good fan of the game. Perhaps you will take home the coveted progressive bag of stuff. Guys, back to you.
All right, thanks. Ground ball to shortstop by Edwin Jackson. That's out number 1 for Dallas Keuchel here with a 1-0 lead in the 3rd inning. If Daniel is 17 and the rest of us have to abide by that standard, there's going to be trouble at the other end of the spectrum. Wow, he's 17 already. Espinoza led off the game with a broken bat single to center field. Keuchel delivers. There's strike 1 for Dallas.
Like the way he's mixing that breaking ball in a little bit more here tonight. He likes, especially against right-handed hitters, he likes that sinker changeup combination towards that outside corner. But just throwing that little wrinkle, that little get over curveball gives the hitter something else to contemplate.
Strike one is really, really important. It's 2 balls and a strike. Minnesota dropped a 10 spot on Cleveland in the second inning and leads 12-1 in the 6th now over the Tribe. 3 balls and a strike. Josh Willingham belted his 29th homer. Justin Murno has hit a couple to give him 15. Ryan Doman hit his 12th. Indians doing a fast fade. They've lost 9 in a row now. Out to right center field. Maxwell. 2 outs. And Bryce Harper will follow. Harper struck out looking in the first. Harper's gotten all kinds of treatment from the fans wherever he's been at the various levels. He's been the top ranked guy in amateur ball. Graduated from high school early so he could move into junior college early, and then he got drafted early.
It's like he took AP baseball classes. Just because, he doesn't need this regular stuff. Just keep moving him along. Get him to the level where he belongs.
Harper looks at it. It's 2 balls, no strikes.
See the story in the paper today? This is completely off topic. The little guy in Houston, he's like a Mensa. He's like 3. He's been accepted into Mensa.
That was fantastic. Yeah. Out to right center field. And there's Maxwell letting his center fielder Schaefer cross in front and make the catch. In the middle of the 3rd inning, it's 1-0 Astros.
On August 6, 1990, when Joe Morgan became the first player who played a significant part of his career with the Astros to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. A couple of other things have happened today I think we've got to bring forward. They're not as big as that one on the M.D. Anderson This Moment in History, but Long John Kelly was the first player today to take a look at the Joe Morgan career profile. Long John Kelly was the first player to ever hit for the cycle in 2 different leagues, and he did the second one today in the National League. Long John was all of 6'3". And Half Pint Rye did something over in Waco in the Texas League that's never been duplicated. 3 home runs in 1 inning, an 18-run 8. He played 17 games in the majors, and Half Pint Rye was 5'6", never homered. Guys?
Good.
Half Pint Rye, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Half Pint Rye. There's strike 1 to Dallas Keuchel. He is 0 for 7. We have our own Long John Kelly. One of our producers was out here tonight. It's no balls, 2 strikes. Jackson has gotten rolling after the Wallace single. He's retired 5 in a row, trailing 1-0. It's 1-0 after 6 in Pittsburgh. Pirates leading Arizona behind Eric Bedard against Wade Miley. 1-2. Abby Sanchez has the only RBI in that game. He's playing first base for the Buccos. Two balls, two strikes. The Nationals acquired a shortstop today. Cesar Izturis has joined their club. He was claimed off waivers. Not sure if he made it here tonight from wherever Milwaukee is. But he'll be here at some point with the Nationals. Keuchel fouls it back. 235 hitter. Good glove man. Claimed off waivers today from the Brewers.
Well, we just saw him on the last road trip in Milwaukee, and he hit a home run and made a game-saving play at shortstop for the Brewers in that series.
There's a strikeout. Jackson had to work for it a little bit. It's number 4 for him. Brewers are at home, so he should be here at some point during the evening if he wants to be. Sometimes players want to take a little time to gather up some belongings before they rush off to their new team. They have, what, 72 hours, JD?
I believe so, yeah. That's the way the rule used to be. I haven't heard that it's changed. Normally, though, a guy gets traded to a team in the pennant race. He'll make every effort to get there as soon as possible.
You bet. Mark DeRosa went on the disabled list, and that gave an opening for the Nationals to acquire Izturis. Altuve struck out earlier, taking ball 1 here.
Like the great Joel Youngblood, who got hits for 2 different teams in the same day. He was traded, played a day game in Chicago, got a knock there, and then was traded and reported to Philadelphia, I think, playing the Expos, and he got a base hit there.
I believe you're right.
For the Expos.
Strike 1-1. Well, you remember those outstanding Expos teams. You went up to see them play. And all the good young players they brought through their system. The Andre Dawsons and the Warren Cromarties. Ellis Valentine. Steve Rogers.
Late 70s, early 80s, the Expos were really good. And people, when attendance started to falter in Montreal and they decided to move the franchise, that people said, well, you just can't draw in Montreal. Well, they drew back then. They were one of the better drawing clubs in baseball.
Altuve strikes out for the second time. That's number 5 for Jackson.
I wonder how many times he struck out twice in the same game swinging.
Boy.
We see him get caught looking sometimes, but he usually puts the ball in play.
AT Hubert shows you this reverse replay. Marwin Gonzalez goes deep. Well, Jed Lowry leads the club with 14 homers. He was the shortstop until Marwin got a chance to move in with Lowry injured. Now Marwin's hit a couple. Shortstop position accounting for 16 long balls for the Astros this year. Probably have to go back to the days of Dickie Thon to find that to be true for a Houston club. One and one. How many Rafi Ramirez hit usually? 8 or 9 maybe? Max.
He had a little pop, but yeah, I don't know that he had more than, say, 12. I'm going to look that up, though, because in this day and age, there are no unanswerable questions.
Of course you can.
Look it up.
It's a 2-ball, 1-strike count to Marwin.
We'll send a text message to that Mensa kid. He probably knows.
That was a good story. 3 years old. He's a member of Mensa. He already knows more about the internet than you and I put together, JD.
Yeah. Now, Rafi's best home run year was 10, and that was with the Braves in '82. Best year with the Astros was 8. 6. Make it.
Okay. 2-2. Atlanta leads Philly at Philly 4-1 after 6. John Mayberry Jr. hit his 9th home run. The Braves are chasing the Nationals. They're 3 games back. And that should be a merry chase. I believe they have 6 games remaining with each other. Well, those should be fun for the fans. That's ball 3, and it's a full count to Marwin.
Jackson started this game 91-92 with his fastball, now consistently up there around 94-95, and that's the norm. Coming through the Dodger system, he was tabbed as a guy who they thought would be a star in the big leagues. He's never really achieved that status, but a good, solid major league pitcher. I do believe he made 1 All-Star team.
He was with Tampa Bay and Detroit, then Arizona. That's high. And Marwin draws a walk. That's number 1.
That home run Marwin hit Bottom of 3-2 breaking ball there.
Yes.
Instant respect.
That All-Star season was 09 for Jackson. He was with Detroit, going 13-9, working 214 innings. Red Wallace dumped a single over shortstop into left field in the first inning. The Atlanta Philly game, as we mentioned, 4-1 Braves. They played 6 with Ben Sheets still in there, pitching well again. Vance Worley left in the 4th for the Phillies. And we checked. There's a strike to Wallace. And there are 6 games remaining between the Nationals and Braves. The Nationals have won 8 and lost 4 against Atlanta this season. Atlanta in a very good spot for a wild card berth, and so is Pittsburgh as of right now, with a whole lot of play remaining this year. It'll be Milwaukee coming in over the weekend to play Houston.
Yeah, I really think the teams at the top in the Central have the best chance to play in the wild card, because they're going to have a chance to beat up on teams at the bottom of the division. The Astros, the Cubs, really struggling this year. The teams in the East are a little tougher to beat. Even though the Phillies are having a miserable year, they're not easy to beat with that pitching staff. The Marlins could turn things around.
50 pitches for Jackson.
2 outs here, man on first. Brett Wallace looking for something he can drive, looking for extra bases here to get that run home.
Detroit leads the Yankees at Detroit after 6-7-2. Justin Verlander on the mound. Ivan Nova started for New York. Runner going. Pitches a ball. Suzuki's throw bounces, safe at second. Gonzalez gets the steal. His third. A homer and a steal for Marwin so far.
Play the game, Marwin. Play the whole game. Picked a good pitch, too, as a changeup, and Suzuki not able to get the throw there in time, and now just a base hit will get it done for Wallace. Never mind the extra base hit, just a little single will work. A little bingle.
Yeah, still close even on one bounce to Espinoza. That 2-out steal can really be key. That's a strike to Wallace. That makes it 2-2 to Brett. Prince Fielder hit his 19th homer tonight for Detroit. Miguel Cabrera, number 28. Cabrera's just having another Cabrera year.
He's a beast.
Oh, the consistent numbers that guy puts up, and he's never been an MVP. Wallace chases one in the dirt, but that slider's hard to pick up tonight. He has it going, and it's no runs, no hits, and 1 man left. 1-0 Houston after 3.
Nothing. The entire month of August, the Astros are remembering the 1990s as part of their 50th anniversary celebration. So join us this coming Sunday, the 12th. The Astros host the Brewers, and 10,000 fans will receive a retro umbrella courtesy of HEB. Get those tickets to be here at Astros.com. Bill, back to you.
Final game of the homestand Sunday, then off to Chicago. Thanks, Bart. It's 1-0. Dallas Keuchel with the lead. Ryan Zimmerman up, taking ball one. Zimmerman bounced into a 6-3 double play in the first inning. He hit .375 against the Astros in that series in Washington. He's a .342 career hitter against Houston with 9 homers. Keuchel evens it at 1 ball, 1 strike. Baltimore leads Seattle 3-0. They played 7 in Baltimore. Nick Markakis hit his 11th. Chris Tillman, the pitcher. 2 balls, 1 strike. Keuchel, who went to the University of Arkansas, shooting for win number 2 as a big leaguer. He was born in Tulsa. It goes to third, and Scott Moore guns it. Not in time. He had to back up, and then that gave Zimmerman time to hustle, and the throw was not there in time. So Zimmerman reaches, leading off the 4th inning.
Bobby Meacham's philosophy is anytime the ball bounces in the dirt in front of home plate, you have to charge the ball.
Okay.
You're putting yourself at the mercy of a big hop or a bad hop. If you come hard, even if you have to deal with a short hop, you got a better chance. Bit of misfortune there for Keuchel. And last start, he gave up runs in each of the first 3 innings. And so many times for a starting pitcher, it's just a matter of settling in, getting through the first inning or 2, getting comfortable out there. Makes all the difference in the world, especially for a finesse guy.
Morse looks at ball 1. He missed the first 50 games this year with a right lat strain from spring training. Yeah, especially guys trying to fit in with a big league club and do well. Figure out what works for him at this level.
He could really be an effective pitcher here in this ballpark because those right-handed hitters, they see the Crawford boxes and they want to try to hook the ball or pull the ball into those seats. And he's got that sinker working down and away, or the changeup out there. A lot of ground balls if the hitters take that approach.
Looked, in fact, like Morse was a little Crawford box happy his first time up.
Get the handy there.
2-1.
Right-handed hitters, right? They want to take advantage, try to pull the ball. Stay away from the hill. Stay away from the hill. Hit it in the boxes. That's their philosophy. Straightaway center field. You can crush it, and you're hang with them.
Now 3-1 to Morse. Morse has walked 8 times. He struck out on 54 occasions. Dave Clark, the Astros third base coach. Bo Porter is his counterpart on this Nationals club. Bo Porter, highly regarded among coaches in the big leagues.
Former Astro Randy Knorr is the bench coach for Davey Johnson.
We used to call him Crash. There's a shot into center field. Morse has a 15-game hitting streak. He gets Zimmerman to second, and it's first and second, nobody out.
Well, that's a great example there. If Morse tries to pull that pitch, maybe it's a ground ball to short and a double play, but he just stays through the middle. He's a little frustrated, thought he should have done more with it. That's how good he's been lately. He gets a solid single up the middle, and he's not happy.
2 men on for Adam LaRoche.
Randy Knorr dubbed Crash by his teammates, not because of Crash Davis or anything like that, but because he resembled those crash test dummies from the car, the safety commercials.
That's a great nickname. Beautiful sky out there, JD. That tropical storm apparently is headed for Mexico. We hope. LaRoche,
what do you got against Mexico?
Well, nothing. but given a choice.
NIMBY.
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't had one in a while, have we?
No. I think Ike was the last hurricane, right? In 08.
This one of any significance anyway.
Strike to LaRoche. Worth is on deck.
Well, left-handed hitters have been a problem for Dallas, hitting .342 against them coming into play tonight. LaRoche not a speedy guy, good double play candidate if you can get him to hit the ball on the ground.
He's hitting .292 against lefties, 9 homers and 106 at bats. They haven't slowed him down at all. .585 slugging percentage.
Now with these base runners, the Astros don't, deploy defensively the way they did last time when he was up there with nobody on. You remember Gonzalez made the play on him on the second base side of the bag, and Altuve was out in short right.
LaRoche, 32 years old, drafted by the Braves in 2000 in the 29th round from California. He takes that one, and it's 2-1. His father, the former reliever Dave LaRoche, he was known for La Lob.
That big lob ball that he used to throw on occasion. It was the Ephus pitch. Then Steve Hamilton threw the Folly floater. And then Dave LaRoche came along with La Lob.
That's great stuff. We need one of those now.
Absolutely. We need some creativity out there.
Bring it back. 2 balls, 2 strikes. It's fun stuff. R.A. Dickey's been really great for the fans this year with the knuckler.
We got to get some video of that. We got to dig into the archive somewhere and get some video of Dave LaRoche showing that pitch so people who aren't in the know will realize what we're talking about.
That would be great. I haven't seen that pitch for a long, long time. Ground ball past Altuve into right field. Here's the go-ahead from Bo Porter. And the throw goes into second as the tying run scores. Zimmerman home on the RBI single by LaRoche. That's 72 runs batted in for him, and it's 1-1.
Because of the situation with the base runners, the Astros were not able to position themselves where they did last time. And had they been able to, that would have been an out.
Yep.
Altuve would have been able to come in from short right and make a play on that one.
Gonzalez and Wallace come over. They meet at the mound and now return to their positions with men at first and second and nobody out. And Worth the batter. Worth singled to left field earlier.
Having just seen the Braves, it's kind of neat. We get a first-hand look at this NL East race, seeing the Braves over the weekend, and now this 4-game set with the Nationals. It's going to be fun to kind of watch this club play and come to some conclusion, which will probably be wrong, but as to who we think is ultimately going to win this division. Yeah. Both of them have very deep lineups. Obviously, the edge goes to the Nationals in terms of their starting pitching. I think the Braves right now have a better bullpen. I really like the balance of this National club with power from both the left and right side. Pretty good team speed, guys that can run a little bit. And again, this is a team that really has not been together yet all year long. Davey Johnson has not had his projected lineup together for one game this year.
And still, his club is 65-43. Worth takes it. There's ball 1. Worth is listed at 6'5". He and Morse can really cover the strike zone. And Morse also a 6'5" player. Worth the first-round pick of Baltimore in '97. In the air, and Altuve's underneath it. Infield fly. That's out number 1. Took the umps a while to call that one.
It took him a while to find the ball.
Kurt Suzuki is next. They don't call him the Flying Hawaiian. It's already taken by Shane Victorino. It's interesting that Oakland would deal Suzuki, who's been their catcher since '07, but was not having a productive year at the plate. The A's are known for doing things a little differently, even when they are in a playoff race. Suzuki hit the ground ball single off Keuchel's glove his first time up. This one to right field. Justin Maxwell back with the tag at second. And Morse churning for third. Throw comes in, and that's out number 2. Scott Moore alertly came up to grab that throw. It was going to be offline. And LaRoche held at first base on the play.
Justin Maxwell's had, a number of injuries. Trying to rebuild that arm strength. The Nationals fully aware of that situation. Moore's not a real speedy guy, but he does a nice job here going back to tag and doesn't want to slide.
2 down, and it's Lombardozzi now. He bounced into a forced play with 2 men on to end the second inning. Once again, he comes up with a couple of runners on base. That's good for strike 1 for Chris Conroy, the home plate umpire tonight. It's Boston 6, Texas 1. They're in the bottom of the 7th at Boston. Working against Yu Darvish. Guess we won't see Roy Oswalt in relief tonight. Bouncer to shortstop. Marwin Gonzalez with the toss to Altuve for the forced play. And it's 1 run, 3 hits, and 2 men left for Washington. It's a 1-1 game in the 4th.
You buy Jack in the Box. Get the All-American Jack combo for only $4.99 plus tax at participating stores. Buy the all-new Mazda CX-5 with 35 highway miles per gallon. And buy Coshada Casino Resort, the largest, most exciting casino resort in Louisiana. Well, history was made in Philadelphia. The Phillies sellout streak is over. 257 straight games were sold out, longest in the National League, and the 3rd longest in MLB history. Put it in the books. It is done.
And the Phillies are losing to Atlanta 5-1 after 7. When Marwin Gonzalez connected for a first inning homer off Edwin Jackson, that ended the string for Nationals pitchers of 49 consecutive innings without allowing a home run. But since then, Jackson gave up a single to Wallace, the next batter, and he's gone on a strikeout spree. He has struck out 6 in the first 3 innings, and now he's in a 1-1 affair. Former National Maxwell leads it off in the 4th inning. He struck out in the 1st.
Edwin Jackson's done it with a 94, 95 mile an hour fastball that he's been able to keep down around the knees. Hard slider and a couple real good changeups. We'll feature that with the left-handed hitters. Righties, it's pretty much fastball slider. That's a slider, and he went for it. Strike 1. Maxwell upset himself for swinging the bat. Didn't recognize it out of the hand. Very frustrated with himself, but that's a tough pitch. Sitting there looking for a first pitch fastball, trying to jump on him early. Yeah, sure enough, that gets you behind the heater. You tell yourself to wait a little bit longer to try to recognize that slider, and you can't get to that good fastball.
With Boston leading Texas 6-1 after 7, Ron Washington has left Yu Darvish in to absorb a pounding. He's given up 11 hits and 6 runs in 6 innings, still in the game. And he doesn't have Roy Oswalt, apparently. Roy saying after a 2-inning relief stint that was enough for him. The Rangers wanted him to go out for a 3rd inning. It was about the 4th time they had used him in a 7 or 8 day period. And there's a little controversy swirling around on that one. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, just the way Wash addressed it after the ball game yesterday. He said he wouldn't go back out there, and if you're going to have to talk to Roy. And so obviously Washington was not happy about it.
Apparently the GM John Daniels said today the Rangers are not going to release Roy. Not going to move him in the rotation. Could be a battle of wills here. Roy wasn't around for comment after the game, so we're not sure what he's going to be saying the next time he is asked.
Well, he's a proud guy. He's had a heck of a career. He wants to start. He had struggled in that role, was moved to the bullpen. I imagine that's something he did not really endorse. And since being moved to the pen, he's thrown the ball pretty well, I believe.
Yep, I think you're right.
Including yesterday. So maybe he really was out of gas, or maybe he's just trying to draw a line in the sand and says, hey, I'm the starter, I'm not a reliever.
Yeah. Kevin Correa is going to get a start for Pittsburgh here in another couple days. He was put in the bullpen. He said he would like to be traded and start for somebody else, but the Pirates are going to start him at least once. And they're going with a 6-man rotation the next time through the pen because they have 20 consecutive days of baseball. Pittsburgh leading 1-0 now, bottom of the 8th inning. And it's worked out very well for Clint Hurdle. His club was falling behind the Reds to start A.J. Burnett, who pitched well and won yesterday over Cincinnati, and moved back the lefty Eric Bedard, who's been brilliant tonight. 7 innings of 2-hit shutout ball. Still 3-2.
A real important stretch for the Pirates. They've got some tough competition upcoming, and Cincinnati playing some of the lesser lights.
This will be the 9th pitch to Justin Maxwell. Currently Cincinnati has a 4.5 game lead on Pittsburgh. St. Louis trails by 7. Swing and a miss by J-Max. That's strikeout number 7 for Jackson.
Ball down out of the zone. A 91-mile-an-hour fastball, and Justin not able to lay off.
Scott Moore will give it a shot for the 2nd time. He worked the count to 2-2 and struck out in the 1st. Cincinnati, Milwaukee scoreless after 4 at Miller Park. Strike 1. Giovanni Gallardo is pitching for Milwaukee. Brewers have fallen out of contention. Bronson Arroyo is going for the Reds tonight. Bounce foul. Past Bobby Meacham. It's no balls, 2 strikes. Meach was giving his infielders a workout before batting practice tonight. Kansas City and the White Sox 1-1 after 5. Kevin Youkilis certainly has played well in a White Sox uniform. 1-2. Cardinals lead 2-1 over the Giants. They're in the bottom of the 4th in St. Louis. Angel Pagan hit his 7th for San Francisco. Carlos Beltran, number 26. Westbrook and Kane pitching. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Jackson is trying to square his record at 7-7 this season. He's allowed 17 long balls in 130 innings. Moore shoots one foul. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes. Edwin is up to 67 pitches. 40 have been strikes. He put on a lot of innings last year, 199 regular season, and then several more in the postseason.
Born in Germany, his dad was in the military. Went to high school in Georgia. Was actually played more infield and outfield in high school than he did pitch. Was signed as an outfielder, but they were certainly, the Dodgers were aware of that big arm and converted him to the mound. Strikeout high in a game for his career. It's 13. He's on his way if he keeps this going.
There's a roller out to second. Lombardozzi on over to LaRoche. 2 outs. And the Astros yesterday lost 6-1 in Atlanta. Chris Medlin starting that game for the Braves. They won a 3-2 game Saturday night after losing 4-1 Friday night. So they've been into the low scoring varieties here the last several. And Martinez will try to get something started with 2 outs here in the home 4th. He hit a fly ball to right in the 2nd. Try to get Dallas Keuchel a lead again. Strike 1 to Martinez. It's no balls, 2 strikes. Nationals last year finished 1 game under 500, 80-81. David Johnson stamped them as contenders though after this season, and then they proceeded to get better after that. They had 4 All-Stars this year, and their ages were 19, 23, 26, and 26.
Yeah, they're built to last, aren't they?
Yeah.
Got a real good mix of high ceiling young players. And Davey Johnson out of nowhere, the contender, looks like, boy, he's had an unbelievable career. This is his first, when he took over last year, first time he'd managed in the big league since 2000. But his winning percentage, 19th best all time.
Went to Alamo Heights High School in San Antonio. Just in, and it's 2-2.
And then on to Texas A&M, and he said when he was at A&M, when they played UT, the stadium at UT had a hill out in center field like the one we have here now.
He came inside again, JD fouling it. Still a 2-ball, 2-strike count.
He double hit this one like TC Chen.
Yeah.
Did it?
They sure did. No penalty.
Only in golf. Nothing here. No. That'd be fun though. Oh, you're out. Double hit.
I know you want that rule.
Umpire with a good sense of humor should drop that on a guy and see what he does. You're halfway back to the dugout. Nah, just kidding. Just having a little fun here. A long summer.
Yes, it is.
New rule. It just came in today. They were supposed to tell you in the clubhouse. Your manager was supposed to brief you on that. It's right under Rule 21, the gambling rule.
Right to the shortstop. Espinoza makes it a 1-2-3 4th for Jackson. It's 1-1.
We build Mazdas. What do you drive tomorrow? This 7-game homestand continues for the Houston Astros. Jordan Lyles goes to the mound, making his 16th start of the season in the big leagues. Last time out didn't go well in Milwaukee. His home ERA, though, is under 4. And the other good news is his only other career game, or career start, I should say, against the Nationals was probably one of his best, as he went 8 1/3 in that one back on July 18th. It was in a losing cause, though. His coverage begins tomorrow at 6:30 with Astros Live. He'll go against Ross Detweiler. This has been your Mazda Game Break. Brownie, that 3-year-old, has a working knowledge of the solar system, cardiac cycle, and the works of Pablo Picasso and Vincent van Gogh.
That puts him on a par with some of our friends.
I thought a cardiac cycle was something you wrote at the gym.
Yeah, really. That kid's amazing. Do you know what his name is, Kevin?
His name is Christopher Salvaggio.
Yeah. Christopher Salvaggio.
You could probably explain the infield fly rule, too.
Well, I'll tell you, there's an umpire that probably couldn't do it from this past road trip. Because they certainly got it wrong, at least the definition I've always heard.
2 balls and a strike, so Christopher Salvaggio might be umpiring a major league game sometime. There's a line shot foul. That was hooked hard by Jackson. And the count's 2-2. JD told us that he has the ability to swing the bat. This season he has 7 hits, 200 batting average at game time.
You know, and we talked earlier about how this club, and comparing them to the '86 Mets that David Johnson managed to a World Series, and how good that staff was. And that staff, they could swing it too. Gooden could handle the bat. Darling was a good hitter. Sid could hit a little bit.
True. Three balls and 2 strikes now. Jackson getting that show of respect. He's walked twice.
At the end of the day, you just got to channel him a fastball here.
He pops it up. Fred Wallace over into foul territory. Turning and snagging it.
Nope.
Oh, no, he did not.
Tougher play there for a first baseman going down the line. Second baseman's got a better angle. Altuve, had he been able to get there, should have run him off that ball. I'm not sure if Jose felt comfortable that he would have been able to ultimately make a play on this one or not. Normally he's in the vicinity.
That is ruled an error.
That's one where Jose should have run him off.
First error on Wallace this year. Now Jackson gets another swing with a 3-2 count. He laces this liner. JD Martinez back, plays it off the wall. Jackson is on with a long single. He hammered that one. But given a second chance, he made the most of it.
Yeah, hopefully that doesn't blossom. But again, you know, even though he is a good hitting pitcher in 3-2, you're not going to try to be too fine there. You're just going to attack the strike zone. Good swing by Jackson, but hit so sharply, first base is all he can get.
Hit number 7 for the Nats. Espinosa's next. Danny led off the game with a single, then he flied to right. He's been ahead in the count both times up, 3-1. Scott Moore's in tight at third. That's ball 1 for Keuchel. The Nationals' winning percentage is .602. That's second in the majors to Cincinnati's .611. We were talking on the pregame show, JD, about the parallel. The Astros would love to follow this pattern the Nationals have put together, but do it quicker, of course. Everybody wants to do it quicker. Homegrown talent. There's a chop into left field over the drawn in Moore. And Espinosa's 2 for 3. It's first and second, nobody out as he bounces one over the third baseman.
Well, and that's a strategy that Jeff Luhnow has adopted here. That's why he's made all the trades he has made. It started a couple of years ago, but at the time it was more of a slower moving process. But Jeff has accelerated things, trying to get as many good young players in the minor league system as possible.
Bryce Harper's the batter. He is 0 for 2, a strikeout looking, and a fly ball to center.
It's a tough sell for the fans because the fans don't pay a whole lot of attention to what's going on down at A ball and Double A. But
yeah,
hopefully we'll see some of those guys here soon, and we'll start to get headed back in the right direction.
Ball 1 to Harper. Last year in Montreal, the Expos were 67 and 95. Their first year in Washington, they were 81 and 81 with Frank Robinson, the skipper. And they slipped back. Strike, and that evens the count of 1-1 to Harper. In 06, they were 71-91, then 73-89, then 59-102, 59-103, 69-93, and last year 80 and 81.
And there was that period, right, where they were owned by Major League Baseball, so it was hard for them to get anything going.
That's for sure. Omar Minaya was the GM. 1 ball, 2 strikes in Montreal when they were owned by Major League Baseball. 76 pitches for Dallas Keuchel. Harper's bounced into 5 double plays. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Harper. Harper was a catcher through college. Has a strong arm. He has adapted to playing the outfield quite well. Lays off ball 3, and it's 3-2 to Harper. Bryce listed at 6'3", 225. In 2010, he played in the Arizona Fall League, but signed late. So last year was really his first year of pro ball. That one is ball 4 on appeal to the third base umpire, Ed Hickox, and the bases are loaded on the walk to Harper.
Keuchel asking Corpine, isn't that a strike? Borderline pitch, similar to the one he got him on in his first at bat back in the first inning.
First walk for Keuchel. Now it's a good time for Brocail to come out. Try to settle down Keuchel a little bit. Bases loaded, nobody out for Zimmerman. Zimmerman reached on the infield hit in the 4th and came around to score the tying run after bouncing into a double play in the 1st. Second time through the order. 216 against Keuchel. The third time 282. This is the third time. Nationals have really been something on the road. They've won 8 of their last 11. 3 grand slams for Zimmerman, a 268 career average with the bases loaded. 9 runs batted in this season, and bases loaded at bats for him. Bouncer high and over, Moore again into left field. Jackson scores. On his heels, Espinosa. And the throw is cut off and relayed to second, and out. Zimmerman's thrown out, but the Nationals lead it 3-1 as he drives in 2 on the second high hopping ball of the inning over Scott Moore.
The guys hit the hard in the inning. Hit the ball hard as the pitcher, Jackson.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I think both these balls have been right off home plate. Here's the out.
Yeah, nice job here, JD, getting that ball in a hurry, and then the cut and throw to second base by Gonzalez.
Infielders are in. Michael Morse, the batter, with 1 out and a runner at third. Harper. Strike to Morse. Morse singled in the 4th inning up the middle. Well, Zimmerman now with 59 runs batted in. And that play on him was from 7 to 6 to 4 at second base. Morse looks at it. It's 1-1 with LaRoche on deck. 9 hits for the Nationals, 2 for the Astros. In tight for ball. It's 2-1. The Lerner family bought the ball club, and Nationals have been building under their patient ownership to the point where right now they could be in line to make several playoff appearances the next few years.
And that's why they're, they want to take this cautious approach with Steven Strasburg. It worked with Zimmerman. They feel like they're set up to be a team that plays meaningful games in September, year in and year out, for a while now, and that may change if Strasburg were to blow out.
It's cranked on a line to center field. That'll be run number 4 coming home, an RBI single for Morse. 2 hits for Morse. That's his 34th run batted in. Harper scores. 4-1 Washington now.
Morse stays back and gets on that breaking ball. He singled up the middle last time, so a good approach in these last 2 at bats by Morse. And again, this is we talk about those choppers, and that's the problem with a pitcher who doesn't strike out many. You're at the mercy of the bounce sometimes more than most.
LaRoche is 1 for 2, an RBI single. There's strike 1 to him.
Dallas with 1 strikeout so far tonight. That was Harper looking in the first, so he's at 15 strikeouts in 44 innings of work.
Foul. No balls, 2 strikes to Adam LaRoche.
Tough to have success with that kind of a strikeout ratio. Not impossible. We've seen guys, finesse guys, survive and thrive.
It's a 1-ball, 2-strike count with Jason Worth on deck. Nationals are averaging 30,159 at home. Their excitement could be quite interesting to watch from a distance here in the remaining weeks of the season. 2 balls, 2 strikes. This is where a lot of people really start to lock down on pennant races. Final couple months of the season. And especially with these wild card races this year, there's even more to follow. Fouled away. Still 2-2 to LaRoche. That's how many pitches Keuchel has thrown this inning.
Up to 91 for the ball game now.
Nobody currently throwing in the Astros bullpen. Dallas is due up 3rd in the bottom of the 5th. LaRoche smacks 1 foul. LaRoche has had really an uneven career. There are times in the past when he has really looked to be in big trouble at the plate. Last year he hit only 172 in 151 at bats. But then other times he's got that smooth uppercut swing, and the results have been kind of steady, but the ride has been bumpy to get there each season, it would seem.
He usually gets off to a very sluggish start and then really turns it on once the weather heats up.
Altuve gets it back to Gonzalez. Gonzalez on to Wallace for a double play. And that ends the top of the 5th inning. 3 runners coming home for the Nationals on 4 hits. They lead it 4-1. Fifth inning with Schaefer, Corporon, and the pitcher spot due up. We look at the Nationals bench and we look at AT&T trivia. Name the 5 players who have had multi-home run games with both the Astros and the Nationals Expos. There's Randy Knorr. You were talking about him earlier. Bench coach on the left.
Multi-home run games with both of these franchises. Wow. That's a tough question. If we get 3 right, we qualify for Mensa.
Boods says let's lead with Rusty Staub.
It's a pretty good lead right there. How about Jeff Blum?
Ooh.
The Bluminator.
Nice. John Bateman a possibility. Jordan Schaefer leads it off, bottom of the 5th inning. He bounced out. First baseman to pitcher covering the first time he faced Jackson tonight. Nobody warming up for Houston at the moment. Schaefer takes a look at strike 1.
About Coco LeBoy never played here. Mac
No.
Jones never played here.
No. Inside for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ron Hunt didn't play here. Tim Wallach didn't play here.
No. Boy, what a good player he was.
Oh, yeah. How about Bob Bailey? Remember him?
Bob Bailey was a bonus baby.
2 balls and a strike.
Surprisingly, he was nicknamed Beetle. It's like everybody else who ever played baseball named Bailey.
Have you known a Bailey who wasn't a Beetle? Schaefer grounds the 2-1 pitch over to second. Lombardozzi shoots it to LaRoche, and that's out number 1 for Jackson. Mark Bailey.
How about, no, never mind. John Miller never played here, did he?
Nope. The Hammer was not an Astro. He was a Met, though.
How about Moises?
Moises Alou would be a good guess. Are we good with those 3?
I think we've thrown 4 out there.
4? Yeah. We need 1 more, they're telling us. Carlos Corporon hit a fly ball to right. Shoots that one over for strike 1 on a foul ball.
We got Staub, Blum, Alou. Is that all we got so far? Well, we qualify for Mensa. Those 3 are right. We're good there.
Do they have monthly meetings?
I don't know. I don't know what they do. Needless to say, I've never been invited.
What a status statement that would be if somebody asked you to go bowling. No, I've got to go to a Mensa meeting tonight. No balls, 2 strikes.
Just write it on your calendar. Just write Mensa meeting tonight at 7, so when people go by your desk, they can see that. Ooh, Ronnie's got a Mensa meeting tonight.
Yeah. Bad chance. Dallas Keuchel's on deck in the dirt.
Well, we had a number of guys over the years. Really, Eric Bruntlett.
Yeah. Could have been a Mensa member. Brad Ausmus.
Charlie Kerfeld.
Chuck might not be a Mensa candidate, but he knows baseball. Very astute judge of talent. It's interesting the way that works. I was having a conversation with somebody who was talking about a future Hall of Famer. And he said, you know, he has a high IQ for baseball. Not so much off the field. Well, got him a long way, though, didn't it? He got into the right line of work. Braves beat the Phillies tonight 6-1. Freddie Freeman had a 2-run double. Michael Bourne an RBI single. It's going to be interesting to see all that scoreboard watching watching in the city of Washington now as they battle with the Braves here in the final few weeks of the season to see if they hold up. Pittsburgh won 4-0 over Arizona. Corporon strikes out, and Suzuki throws to LaRoche to complete strikeout number 8 of the night for Jackson.
Well, let's go. Let's see who these 5 players who had multi-home run games with both the Astros and the Nationals/Expos. Staub, Alou, Orlando Merced, Jeff Blum, and J-Max. Boy, how did we forget J-Max?
Well, I don't know.
We just had 2 on Saturday in Atlanta.
Yeah, we mentioned it on the air, but then we forgot it quickly. Forgot about Orlando Merced also.
Yeah, I could have named like 7,000 guys in the baseball encyclopedia before I mentioned Orlando.
John Bacabella was one of your favorites, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, his name was.
He didn't have to be a good player with a name like that.
Just the way the PA guy announced his name was a big kick.
1 ball, 1 strike.
That double play kept Keuchel in the ball game. Got a chance to hang in there.
1-2. Bill Stoneman might have been a Mensa member. Pitched for the Expos, and he's been in the front office for many years.
Threw a couple no-hitters, didn't he?
I believe he did. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Name your Expos no-hitters. Steve Rogers ever get one?
I don't know. Charlie Lee had a 5-inning rain-delayed no-hitter.
A perfect game by Dennis Martinez. How about Floyd Yeomans? He had some one-hitters.
Bohig games, I don't think he ever threw a no-hitter. He didn't really last that long.
No.
Steve Renko, maybe?
No, probably not, but he pitched for them for a long time. Ben Sheets won that game for the Braves. He's 4-1 for them with a 1.41 ERA.
Wow, that could prove to be the pickup of the year in the National League.
Couldn't it, though?
And, especially the way they did it. Just signing him, hey, yeah, come on. Let's see what you got coming through in the bullpen. Yeah, you're good. Let's go.
Brought his kid to a game.
Yeah, didn't have to give up any prospects.
Lombardozzi takes care of out number 3. And after 5, it's 4-1 Washington. Double plays. First inning. Bouncer shortstop. Marwin Gonzalez takes care of Ryan Zimmerman for 2. LaRoche then grounds into a 4-6-3 double play in the 5th. Started by Altuve and turned by Gonzalez. Final night for Gonzalez. Part of 2 double plays. He is homered. He has walked and stolen a base. It's 4-1 Washington leading. And we go now to inning number 6. Worth, Suzuki, and Lombardozzi do up against Dallas Keuchel.
All right, Dallas, chance to get things turned around here, and gave up 3 in the 5th, but boy, really had some tough luck. The pop-up drop by Wallace, a couple of bouncers over the third baseman's head, all contributing to that 3-run inning.
Jason Worth is 1 for 2. His single was in the 2nd. That's ball 1 to Worth. And as a result of that error you talked about, Keuchel has given up 4 runs, 3 earned. That hits the bag, and the luck continues for the Nationals. Worth heads for second. He slides and pops up and gets back to first just ahead of that throw. He did a Ken Caminetti slide, and it worked for him. Right off the bag at third, and Worth is in with his 2nd hit.
Yeah, this time the break, though, may be the Astros, because that might have been 2 bases. Would have been one for sure. Moore's not going to make a play on him from back there, and it may have gone by him into the corner for an extra base hit. So now the double play is in order, as Worth has to slam on the brakes.
Double slide. Kurt Suzuki got an infield hit in the 2nd, hit a fly ball to right in the 4th.
Worth can run a little bit.
Showing bunt, he takes ball 1.
If a major league team gets a 3-run lead at any point in the ball game, they win 92% of the time.
Really?
If they elevate that to a 4-run lead, it goes up to about 97, 98% of the time. As per information delivered to me the other day by Joe Patini.
Nice. So I wonder if you have a 3-run lead, should you sacrifice bunt, play for that 4th run?
Well, that would justify the strategy here.
Okay.
I mean, I think a lot of it just depends on where you are in the batting order and how much you trust your bullpen to hold that lead.
Mickey Story's warming up in the bullpen.
I'm a big believer in play for the big inning until you get to at least the 6th inning, and that's where we are now. So Jackson's not going to come out of this game, so if you bunt him over, you're, it's 8, 9 spots in the batting order to try to plate them. Not that they're not capable. It's one of the things you have to consider. There's our Fox Tracks, brought to you by TxDOT. Drink, drive, go to jail.
Fly ball left center field, being chased by Schaefer. Schaefer handles that for out number 1. And Lombardozzi will follow. He's 0 for 2. Minnesota's pounding Cleveland 14-3 in the bottom of the 9th inning.
Jason Worth talking with his first base coach Trent Jewett over there, and maybe something along the line of should I be tagging there? That's one where, if you see it that high, it's going to be caught, and you might be able to tag and get into second base. That one, the depth of that one was kind of borderline. But
true.
Usually you can count on a major league center fielder or outfielder catching that ball.
Throw. Oh, he got him. Carlos Corporan with that snap throw from the knees, and he picked off Worth for out number 2.
Maybe Jewett was telling him, hey, be careful, Corporan might try to pick you off here. Worth never got that arm in. Trying to get around the leg of Wallace, trying to kind of take it away and bring it back.
Marwin Gonzalez can't prevent this hit. He made a divot there. He's looking down at his knee. His left knee kind of stuck as he tried that sliding play in the hole at shortstop.
Yeah, there was no give there at all.
Lombardozzi reaching on a hit.
A jarring type play for Marwin out there. He's got a heck of a divot. Moore's replacing the divot now. Wow.
Yeah.
See, that might affect the lower back the way he dug in there.
He did jar to a stop. That's hit number 12 for the Nats, and it brings up the pitcher Jackson. Jackson reached on that single after the error on the missed pop by Brett Wallace, which led to an unearned run in that 3-run inning. And that's ball one.
Well, hardest hit ball of the night for either side belongs to Jackson. Well, Marwin's home run, I guess. Be right there with him. And he'll pee off the scoreboard.
Right off the base of that wall. Strike, and it's 1-1. You know, back to your point though on Worth tagging up, and that fly ball to left center as Keuchel reaches 101 pitches. Yeah, the depth is the issue, but once you determine that, it's easy to go back and tag up and start towards second. You can always jam on the brakes and get back to first if the throw's good. Two balls and a strike. I guess the first base coach is working with you all the way on that, isn't he, JD?
He should be, yeah. I mean, but you know, as a base runner, that plays in front of you, so should be able to make that determination. And I'm not saying he should have definitely tagged and tried to advance, but clearly the ball was going to be caught.
Yes. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Cardinals are leading the Giants with Matt Cain on the mound. 5-2 St. Louis. Buster Posey hit another one. 17 for Buster.
The second half he's having.
Oh.
Jake Westbrook pitching for the Cardinals tonight.
Giants are a half game in front of the Dodgers. They both won 3 in a row. Arizona's 4 behind. Arizona has lost tonight. In that shutout win by Pittsburgh, Arizona lost it 4-0. Bedard beating Miley in Pittsburgh. Foul ball there. Keeps the count at 2-2 on Jackson. Colorado and LA about to begin in Los Angeles. Chris Capuano going for the Dodgers. Todd Helton will have surgery and miss the rest of the season for the Rockies. He will not retire. Didn't want to end his career on an injury. I think it's hip surgery. Swing and a miss. He chased one way out of the zone and struck out to end the top of the 6th with no runs, 2 hits, 1 man left. 4-1 Washington.
Guys Night Out, presented by Kielbasa and Budweiser, is available every Thursday home game, including this coming Thursday, August 9th, in the series finale against these Nationals. Purchase a loaded ticket. That includes a Field Box 2-seat, Astros cap, sausage dog, and a value draft beer or soda, all for just $30. Get those tickets at astros.com/guysnight. Bill, back to you.
Bart, was that kid really 17 years old?
That kid was 17 years old.
That is amazing.
I was towering over him.
Yeah.
Made me feel big.
4-1 ball game. And when Jackson warms up, he has gotten it going after giving up a 1-out first-inning homer to Marwin Gonzalez, then followed by a single by Brett Wallace. No more Houston hits since then. He has struck out 8 in his first 5 innings.
The only other base runner since then, a 2-out walk to Marwin Gonzalez in the 3rd inning.
Jackson's been kind of a tough luck pitcher since the All-Star break, going 1-3 despite a 2.92 ERA. Jose Altuve has whiffed twice. He had been 2 for 4 lifetime against Jackson coming into this game. Nationals record when Jackson is their starting pitcher this year is 7-13. That's ball 1. Yu Darvish threw 123 pitches in 6 2/3 innings tonight for Texas. He allowed 11 hits and 6 runs. And Boston has won that game 9-2, beating Darvish, giving Aaron Cook the win.
Rangers kind of limping along here, but the A's and Angels not playing any better, not really able to take advantage. The Rangers have basically been treading water over the last 10 days.
Yeah, last 10 games, Texas 5-5, Oakland 5-5, LA 4-6 prior to tonight. That's up for ball 3. And now a totally different circumstance for Jackson, who has whiffed Altuve twice. He's gotten him behind early. Now he's fallen behind 3-0. Kurt Suzuki out. The Nationals, Mike Rizzo, their general manager, really enthused about Suzuki's experience working with pitchers. 97 offerings from Jackson so far. Jesus Flores, who was doing the majority of the work behind the plate, now has become the backup catcher with the addition of Suzuki. And that's a 4-pitch walk. Steve McCatty's not going to be proud. That's walk number 2. Bullpen getting busy with lefty Tom Gorzolani. Bullpen coach is Jim Lett. Meeting at the mound before Marwin Gonzalez bats. He has homered and walked. Michael Young is filling in at shortstop for Texas with the injury to Elvis Andrus. Nice to have a Michael Young who can play just about anywhere. Xavier Cedeno begins to throw for Houston.
Wow, these guys are really working the clock here. Suzuki goes out after the ball 3, and then again after the walk. And after a lengthy conversation, now McCatty strolls on out to give Gorzolani time to get ready. I got a new rule. I got an idea.
What do you want to do?
Well, you know, we talk about the visits to the mound and slowing down the pace of the game. What if each team had a certain amount of time, like a time clock for the entire game that they could use for either an infielder going to the mound, a coach, a manager?
Yeah.
And it just dwindles down. You know, I don't know what it would be.
Let's make it 30 seconds.
Whatever it be, like an hourglass. Like of 10 minutes or 7 minutes worth of visits to the mound.
Okay.
You can go out there and hang out for 6 minutes if you want, one time, and then you only got one left.
I like it. Marwin Gonzalez ripped a homer to the second deck in right field, then he walked. Yeah, you have some very unusual and innovative ideas. What was the plan that you came up with a couple of years ago to have something about a bunt play and the infielders could come in and knock the batter down, or what was that all about?
That was Ashby.
Ashby
Back
came
when
up
we
with
were
that.
teammates, we used to sit there in the dugout and talk, and we were trying to invent a new sport.
Okay. Runner going. Here's a throw from Suzuki right on the bag, but not in time. Good jump by Altuve. That's 21 steals for Jose Altuve.
I like it. Even though you're down 3, pressing the action, taking the double play away from the Nationals, getting into scoring position. Good strong throw by Suzuki, but a little bit late.
He was popping up when he was tagged. Good Technique, nice jump, ran hard, slid straight into the bag and popped up.
On base percentage of .350, the ability to steal a base, those are the attributes you're looking for in a leadoff man.
Gonzalez looks at it. It's ball 2. 101 pitches for Edwin Jackson. What did Ashby come up with?
I don't know. He had a situation where he had a lead blocker out there next to the hitter, and the hitter put the ball in play.
That was it.
Yeah, the fielders could try to tackle him. I don't remember. It was probably a year kind of like this, late in the year.
Yeah.
Losing season, you're hanging out in the dugout with a lot of overtime.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Some combination of football and baseball. That was what Nash had in mind. Have a night, Marwin.
They don't have mound visits in cricket, do they?
Well, that takes forever. They play that for days and days.
I guess no lead is safe in that sport, right? Cardinal fan here. 2 balls, 2 strikes. See what his Redbirds are doing tonight. They're winning 5-2. Bottom of the 7th at St. Louis. Marwin takes ball 3, and it's a full count. The Cardinals have the biggest run differential in the majors.
Yeah.
110.
And if you go back and look year by year, typically the team that does that almost always is in the postseason.
So book it. Red Wallace is on deck.
And they're having a nice year. They must be letting a lot of leads get away from them late.
I'll have to check that.
But normally those numbers, keep outscoring the opponent by that much, you're going to win more than your fair share.
Foul ball. Still 3-2.
Mike Barnett really likes Marwin Gonzalez's approach with 2 strikes. I was asking him about that the other day. So identify some guys who you feel like have a real good 2-strike approach, and immediately said Marwin. Really, it's kind of his approach throughout his at bat. He's not up there over swinging, hit that home run earlier, but he's not a guy who's trying to drive the ball out of the ballpark. Chokes up on the bat, tries to let the ball travel.
Certainly was not a good situation when Jed Lowry went down for weeks with a leg injury, but Marwin has had a lot of playing time because of that. Rolled out to second base. Lombardozzi takes it over to first. It's out number 1. Brad Mills was asked tonight, is it possible that Jed Lowry might play third base when he comes back? Are you concerned about his mobility with a leg injury? He said, I really haven't thought about it. Haven't talked to Jed about that, but we might do that. Now looks like a pitching change coming up. Davey Johnson coming out with a runner at third, 1 out. And there have been 106 pitches out of the hand of Edwin Jackson tonight. He leaves with a 4-1 lead, and we'll be right back.
1. The NFL is back, and Fox's preseason coverage begins on Thursday, August 16th, as the Bengals take on Matt Ryan and the Falcons. Then on Friday, August 17th, Matt Stafford and the Lions head to Baltimore to square off against Ray Lewis and the Ravens. Coverage of both games begins at 7 p.m. Central, only on Fox. Nationals making a pitching change. With more on that, let's go back to Bill Brown and Jim DeShays, guys.
Ray Lewis is still playing, Bart?
Ray Lewis is still playing and playing pretty darn well.
Yeah, he sure is. Tom Gorzelani's 3-2 with a 3.35 ERA. 51 innings for Gorzelani. 18 walks and 40 strikeouts, JD.
Gorzelani first came to the big leagues with the Pirates a few years back, moved on to the Cubs, and now has settled into a role here in the Nationals bullpen. Fastball, slider, cut fastball, and a changeup are his pitches.
Gorzelani's come in to work 2 innings or more 15 times in his 31 appearances. Brett Wallace is 1 for 2 tonight. A single to left field in the first, a strikeout in the third, runner at third, 1 down.
Bringing this lefty in certainly will help to neutralize the power of Wallace, but then the advantage will swing to Justin Maxwell as he comes up to hit. If Wallace can reach here, Maxwell will get a chance to swing at this lefty, an opportunity to tie the ball game. There's nobody up in the Nationals' pen.
That's high to center field. Harper back to left center. Altuve will tag and score easily on this one. Round number 2. It's 4-2 on a sac fly by Wallace. 2 outs and Maxwell will be next. So you can close the book on Jackson now. 5 1/3 innings, 2 hits, 2 runs, 2 walks, 8 strikeouts. Stolen base paid off in the inning, JD.
Yeah, walk, stolen base. Marwin gets him over the ground ball to second. Wallace with a sac fly. Good execution of a little small ball there. That was a big out for the Nationals. Now Maxwell, who's been swinging a pretty hot bat, cannot tie the game.
Harper way back into right center field on the run and watching that one kick off the wall. Then it moves over toward Towles Hill, and J-Max is going to streak into third with a stand-up triple. Second triple of the year for the former National.
Justin could not figure out Edwin Jackson tonight. He struck out his first 2 plate appearances, but he jumps all over Gorzelani here and just misses another home run. A triple in that series in Atlanta too, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he did. Check back.
It seems like I have a memory of him racing into third base sometime on that road trip.
Let's see, he had a double yesterday. Must have been in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Steve Pearce comes up to pinch hit now for Scott Moore. Moore was 0 for 2. Pearce 308, 4 for 13 since joining the Astros. He's driven in 3. JD Martinez on deck. And that's ball 1 to Pearce.
These guys would have been teammates with the Pirates.
Gorzelani, a second-round pick of the Buccos in 03. It's 2-0. Jackson threw 106 pitches, 64 strikes in his 5 1/3. Pierce looks at that one, and it's a 2-ball, 1-strike count.
Xavier Cedeno has been up for a while now in the Astros pen. Looks like he'll have the 7th, or at least the start of it.
Gorzelani gave up 6 runs in 2 innings against the Astros in Washington April 18th this year. That's line to right field. That'll make it 4-3. RBI for Pierce. He keeps. Now he stops and goes back. Wanted to make sure Worth could field the ball. And it's a 1-run lead on Pierce's pinch RBI single, scoring J-Max.
Seeing a lot of this out of Pierce, shooting the ball the other way. This time with a little authority, and Worth almost overplays it. Pierce ready to advance to second base. Had Worth not been able to come up with it.
Last worked on Saturday against Miami. 1 inning, 2 hits, no runs in that one. JD is 0 for 2. Pops it up. Suzuki over. Good play by Kurt Suzuki to end the Astros 6th inning. And the Astros score 2 runs on 2 hits. They leave a man. After 6, it's 4-3.
Brought to you by Hyundai. If it's stylish, intelligent, safe, and affordable, it's probably a Hyundai. And by AT&T. Rethink possible. You might want to be thinking of questions for Brownie and JD on the pregame show coming up later this week on Wednesday, because you can do it by emailing the booth by going to foxsportshouston.com. When there, click on the Open Star Astro icon that will take you to the Astros page. There you will see a link to the Fox Sports Game Connect, and there you will see a little banner that says Ask the Broadcast Team. At that point, send in your questions. JD and Brownie will be answering on the pregame show Wednesday, guys.
Thanks, Greg. We have changes for Brad Mills now. Brad Wallace has moved to third base from first base. Steve Pierce, who pinch hit for Scott Moore, stays into play first. And the new pitcher, Xavier Cedeno. Dallas Keuchel threw 105 pitches. Cedeno has no decisions and a 4.40 ERA.
Got switch hitter Espinosa, and then left-handed hitting Bryce Harper to get things started. Zimmerman due up third in the inning, and with that, there's action in the Astros bullpen. Right-hander up. I'm guessing Fick or Story.
Story was up earlier, not sure. We'll check. There's ball one. Keuchel in 6 innings allowed 12 hits, 4 runs. 3 of them earned. Walking 1, fanning 2. Espinosa has a pair of hits. Mickey Story is the pitcher warming up.
Dallas doing a much better job tonight, limiting the walks to just 1. Victimized by some misfortune in the 5th, an error, a couple of choppers, kind of weak hits. So a nice step in the right direction for Keuchel here tonight.
Cedeno worked yesterday, giving up 1 hit and 1 run in 1 inning in Atlanta. Worked in 2 of the 3 games in Milwaukee. Story's getting loose. And it's a 1-run game, but big edge in hits to the Nationals. 12-4. Breaking pitch comes in for ball 2. 2 balls and a strike to Espinosa. Angels in Oakland have played 1 in Oakland without a score. Minnesota blasted Cleveland 14-3, 10 straight losses for the Tribe. Broken bat. It goes out to Altuve. On over to Pierce. One down. Bryce Harper will follow. He's 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored. Cedeno came up last Wednesday from Oklahoma City when Wandy Rodriguez was traded. He had a 2.28 ERA for the Red Hawks. Showing bunt. Harper pulled the bat back on appeal to Ed Hickox. Ball 1.
Well, they play him to pull on the infield. Brett Wallace well off the line over there at third base. So Harper thinking if he could punch one down the third base line, he'd have himself an easy knock.
Two 0 to Harper. Justin Verlander and Detroit knocked off the Yankees 7-2, beating Ivan Nova. Fielder and Cabrera going deep. Strike to Harper. That's 2-1.
Really a unique year in Major League Baseball to have Harper and Trout break in, come into the league, and do the things they've done. Trout's been unbelievable.
Yeah.
But at such a young age, I can't remember a time where that has happened.
Yeah, they've both been interesting players to watch. It's 2-2. White Sox knocked off Kansas City and Chicago 4-2. Chris Sale going to 13-3, beating Luis Mendoza.
Most guys their age are doing their back to school shopping right now. These guys are playing in the big leagues.
Yeah. And playing well. Fly ball to center. Schaefer. 2 outs for Cedeno. His role's a big one right here, with the Astros having scored twice in the 6th to close to within 1.
His job is done. Brad Mills is going to make the move.
Ryan Zimmerman will be the batter, and then Morse, another right-handed batter, would be coming up if Zimmerman reached. So that's all that Brad will ask of Cedeno, who got Espinosa and Harper. He'll leave with the score 4-3 Washington. Back in a moment.
On that in just a moment. This season, MLB on Fox is proud to support Boys and Girls Club of America, a place where youth can reach their full potential as productive, caring, responsible citizens. To learn more, please visit greatfutures.org/Fox Sports. Bill, back to you.
Thanks, Bart. It's Mickey Story coming in for his second Major League appearance. The first one went very well for him Friday night in Atlanta. He retired both batters he faced. His wife and 3-year-old daughter had driven up from their Florida home to watch the debut. And he's a guy who doesn't throw hard, but throws effectively, as he did Friday night, JD.
Yeah, it looks like that slider will play here at the big league level. That appeared to be his best pitch. In our brief look at him, he was 7-4 with a 3.05 ERA, 38 games, a couple of starts down at AAA this year.
Zimmerman has 2 hits and 2 runs batted in. That's ball 1. Ryan with an infield hit in the 4th, and then a ball that hit the third base bag and popped up in the air. That's in the target, and it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Story getting a chance to come up from Oklahoma City after having a 3.05 ERA there in 38 games. He started 2. He was 7-4. Ryan Matthews warming up for the Nationals right now, a right-hander. That's up for a ball. Story's due up 3rd in the bottom of the inning. Of Keuchel's 12 hits, he surrendered. All were singles in this game. A few fluky ones. Wesley Wright is working.
Getting ready for a possible confrontation with Adam LaRoche. Should the inning get down to him.
Schaefer's over in right center for Zimmerman. Got away, and it's 3-2.
We'll open a little bit.
Matthews. Verlander struck out 14 Yankees tonight. Got his 12th win, beating Nova, who's 10-6 now. Playoff atmosphere at Comerica Park with the Yankees in town. Sellout crowd. Line foul. As Wallace. Maybe this is the beginning of the Tigers' run. Their fans certainly hoping so. They've been waiting for more than 100 games now for that club to get moving. And they've been lingering close. They're game and a half behind the White Sox coming into play tonight.
It's Jim Leyland. He's being cagey.
Yeah.
So just hanging back a little bit.
Well, he plays that role so very well. That's ball 4. Zimmerman takes the walk. And Morse will fall.
Story didn't want to give in to a dangerous hitter there, trying to paint that outside corner. And now he's got another dangerous hitter to deal with in Morse. He's 2 for 3 tonight. After a little slow roller to third base, a couple of base hits to center field. There's that kind of funky yoga move he does before he hits.
Strike 1 to Morse. He's extended his hitting streak tonight to 15 games. Jose Reyes has a 24-gamer for Miami. Miami has the night off. I believe they're going to be in New York to play his old club, the Mets, tomorrow night. Fouled away, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, those clubs are idle. Everybody else in action in the National League. Toronto and Tampa Bay, the only American League clubs not playing tonight.
Cubs in San Diego are scoreless after 1. By the way, the Cubs denied that report that Ryan Dempster was listening in on the speakerphone when they talked trade with the Dodgers. 1-2.
How did that rumor get out there?
Well, apparently Theo Epstein said something that a reporter might have misinterpreted, but Dempster may have been there earlier and been a part of the whole situation with the Dodgers knowing that he was there. And that is a strikeout. On appeal to Mark Carlson. Takes care of the final out of the top of the 7th inning for Mickey Story. And it's 4-3 Washington.
Chevy is proud to present a show called Chevy Hometown Kids. We've been telling you about this show all season. It's a dandy. You need to check this out. It's not about the score, it's about the experience. So tune in each Saturday at 10 a.m. right here on Fox Sports Houston, or go to hometownkids.tv for more information. Brownie, back to you.
Thank you, Bart. Youngsters enjoying the 7th inning stretch here. It's a tight ball game. It's 4-3 Washington. And we have some managerial maneuverings. Ben Francisco was just announced as the pinch hitter with Tom Gorzolani coming out to start the bottom of the 7th inning. Davey Johnson waiting for that announcement. Now he will counter move. He's had the right-hander Ryan Matthews warming up in his bullpen. And indeed he is going to go with a right-hander. So Schaefer has left the game 0 for 2. And Francisco taking a little walk. Ryan Bogusevic, a left-handed pinch hitter, available for Brad Mills, but it's only the bottom of the 7th. And it appears he's going to save him for later on. And this Nationals bullpen, you talk about the velocity of the starters. Well, they can get it up there too. Ryan Matthews, 4-1 with a 2.93 ERA in 40 innings. He struck out 25.
Yeah, Brian Bogusevic is the only left-handed bat on the bench for the Astros tonight, so Brad Mills wants to be careful how he uses that asset in this game. He's down a run here. Still has 9 outs to play with. Francisco certainly capable of reaching against this right-hander.
Brandon Barnes having quite a year at Oklahoma City, hitting .326. George Springer at Lancaster has 22 homers. Nolan Fontana, guy gets on base often. He's walked 38 times at Lexington. Brady Rogers 5-2. He's the Arizona State right-hander, taken in the 3rd round of the draft. Carlos Correa, the 1st overall pick, has hit .308 in his last 10 games.
Fontana with 38 walks already, so his on-base percentage must be well over 400.
We're going to check on that. Matthews warming up, and tonight Ross Seaton is making his first start at Oklahoma City. He was just promoted from AA Corpus Christi. He's gone 5 innings. He's allowed 2 hits and 1 run. Oklahoma City leading at Salt Lake 3-1 after 5. Jimmy Paredes playing center field again tonight for Oklahoma City, although last night he was back at second base. Now Francisco pinch hitting for Schaefer. Comes up against Matthews. Ben with a .270 average, 1 homer, 2 runs batted in. He's 2 for 4 as a pinch hitter. Nolan Fontana has a .496 on base.
I shortchanged him. Almost 500. He's on base almost half of his plate appearances. That's crazy.
That is phenomenal. Matthews trying to hold the fort here in the 7th inning. Gets a ground ball to second. Lombardozzi takes care of Francisco, 1 out. Gorzolani worked 2/3 of an inning. He gave up 2 hits, 1 run with no walks, no strikeouts. After Edwin Jackson, the starter, went 5 1/3. Now Carlos Corporán, he's 0 for 2.
Bogusevic comes out on deck to hit the pitcher's spot.
Carlos is fly to right, and he is struck out. Matthews is 28 years old. He's from Galt, California. There's ball 1. Went to Sacramento Community College, a 19th round pick by Colorado in 03. Washington got him in a trade in 09. Pitched 3 times in the 4-game series against the Astros in Washington. Lombardozzi, 2 down. That was good technique there. He used that little crab walk technique. Those side-to-side steps. Bogusevic will be the pinch hitter now. Batting for Mickey Story. Story in 1/3 of an inning, allowed no hits, no runs, had 1 walk and 1 strikeout.
Nationals very good club defensively. Even with Desmond hurt, Espinosa slides over to short. He's played a lot of short in the past, so he can handle that position. Lombardozzi certainly capable at second. Zimmerman a Gold Glove type 3rd sacker.
Matthews inside to Bogusevic for ball 1. Bogey at 212 with 6 homers, 22 runs batted in. As a pinch hitter is 7 for 18, driving in 3. Pops it back. This will be out of play for Suzuki. It's 1-1. Bogey was 0 for 2 in the Atlanta series, 2 for 8 with an RBI on the trip. Fernando Rodriguez warming up.
Been a while since Brian's gone deep. 71 at bats. Back on June 28th off of Andrew Kashner last time Bogey went deep.
This would be a good time to break it out again.
Kind of what I was thinking.
Okay. 1-2.
Good breaking pitch here. Good tight rotation.
Now back.
Good life on that fastball. Twice now he's gone in there on Brian. Didn't want to let him get extended. Kind of funky the way Matthew starts. That glove held up high in front of his face.
Yeah.
I wonder what that's all about.
Couldn't begin to tell you, JD. 2 balls and 2 strikes. It is a bit unorthodox. Angels got 2 in the second. They lead Oakland 2-0 now.
Ipa! Look out down there, fellas.
Yeah.
Katsu
took a hike. Gene Coleman stood right there. Chris Snyder telling him, settle down, fellas. It's a long season. No reason to get your heart rate up. That's Weaver pitching for the Angels tonight. He has been absolutely fabulous this year. High to right center field. Harper over with the catch. It's a 1-2-3 7th inning. 4-3 Nationals after 7. Astros Live. It's Ross Detweiler. He's 6-4 with a 3.02 ERA. It's Jordan Lyles. He's 2-8 with a 5.95. That's tomorrow, 6:30 on FS Houston for Astros Live. We have changes for Brad Mills in the outfield. Justin Maxwell has moved from right field to center field. Jordan Schaefer left for the pinch hitter Steve Pierce, or for the pinch hitter Ben Francisco. Brian Bogusevic, who pinch hit for the pitcher Story, stays in to play right field. So that leaves just a couple of pinch hitters remaining, Downs and Snyder, on the Houston bench, while Fernando Rodriguez comes in with a 1-8 record and a 5.91 ERA.
Fernando worked twice on the road trip. Worked in Milwaukee, worked an inning, allowed a couple of hits and a run. He gave up a home run in that ball game. And then a couple of days ago in Atlanta, one scoreless inning, faced 3 guys, got 3 quick outs, all in the air. That's his game. Gets a lot of fly balls. 28-year-old right-hander from El Paso. He's got Roche, Worth, Suzuki due up here for the Nats.
13,843 the attendance tonight. LaRoche has delivered an RBI single in the 4th inning. He's 1 for 3. Nationals have 12 hits to the Astros 4. The Astros have the only error in the game. Washington stranding 6, Houston leaving 3 so far. Now the infield shifted around, but not quite as much as earlier. Now Altuve's going to backpedal into right field. Gonzalez will stay on the third base side of second. High to center field. Maxwell way back and right there in front of the bullpen wall. A hanger.
And it's that ball right there that makes this ballpark play more fair than most visiting players realize. They all focus on the Crawford boxes and the fact that straightaway right field's pretty easy to reach too, but there's been plenty of bolts hit to this part of the ballpark that just die in center fielders' gloves. A lot of frustration in that direction for hitters.
Yeah, he hit that ball very well.
National hitters fully aware of the frustrations of hitting it well and having it stay in the park. They have a big ballpark in D.C.
Strike to Jason Worth. He's 2 for 3. The Reds are stirring up trouble for Milwaukee. They've closed the gap to 5-3 Milwaukee, but Brewers are batting now in the bottom of the 8th, looking for more. Chop foul, and it's 0-2.
Going to outbeard Jason Worth.
Corey Hart hit his 21st homer for the Brewers. Aramis Ramirez number 14. Martin Maldonado number 6. Ouch.
Torpron going into yogi mode there, basically standing up behind home plate, asking for that high fastball, and Efrod threw it about thigh high.
Ugh. Wow. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Now the home plate ump gets it.
Well, if you're going to throw, that's where you want to throw that 2-strike curveball. Bury it down in the dirt, see if you can get an anxious hitter to expand. Worth is probably feeling like his number's up here. Carlos got whacked by 1. Now the umpire, he's the only guy who hasn't been dinged yet in this sequence.
Struck him out. 2 outs.
Nice job. Watch Carlos set this target. Throws that leg out there like Pena, gets low. And Rodriguez hits the spot. Didn't have to move his mitt even the tiniest little bit.
Nope. 2 down and Suzuki bats. He's 1 for 3. That's strike 1. Lombardozzi's on deck. It's a 1 ball, 1 strike count. Rob Rasmussen, one of the lefties obtained in the trades the Astros made, was the winner last night for Corpus Christi. 6 innings, 2 runs allowed, striking out 8. That was a career high for him. The Hooks remain in first place in the second half with a 29-14 record. Jason Stoffel got his 22nd save. That's tied for the lead in the Texas League. It's 1-2. Bobby Grossman had a couple more hits. And Singleton had 2 as well. Colton Kane was 6 innings of 2-run baseball for Lancaster. But Zach Johnson at Lexington set a single season record for runs batted in for the Legends. He's driven in 100. Leads the South Atlantic League. Fly ball. Pierce backpedals. Altuve over there. And Altuve calls him off. For out number 3. It's a 1-2-3-8 for Efrod. And a 4-3 lead for the Nats.
Of the 8th. You can follow the Astros with MLB.com @Bat12 app for your iPhone, iPad, Android, BlackBerry, and Windows Mobile. Get live audio, pitch tracking, video highlights, and more. Just text @Bat to 31826 or go to Astros.com for details. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Bart. Both managers making moves. Bryce Harper has moved over from center field to right for Davey Johnson. New center fielder is Roger Bernardina. And it's Sean Burnett on the mound. He'll be pitcher number 4. He's 1-1 with a 1.93 ERA. You see the numbers on him, and also he has 25 holds to tie for the National League lead.
Well, like Tom Gorzolani, Burnett, former Pirate, former starting pitcher, now having success as a relief pitcher in the Nationals bullpen. Very low batting average against him, 214. He's walked 9 while striking out 42. Very good numbers for Burnett. Fastball, slider, changeup. Throws a lot of sinkers. He's a ground ball pitcher. Sinker, changeup. Plays well against right-handed hitters.
Altuve has struck out twice, walked and scored. And now he hits a line drive into left center field. Altuve gets hit number 121 of the year. And the Astros 5th of the night put the potential tying run on at first with nobody out in the 8th.
Altuve wasting no time, jumps all over the first pitch from Burnett. And now we'll see how the Astros choose to play it. Marlon Gonzalez taking a long look at Dave Clark as he flashes the signs. Nationals will anticipate a bunt.
Marwin Gonzalez homered in the first. He walked in the third. He grounded out in the 6th. Altuve stole a base in the 6th and scored. Nationals led it 4-1 until the Astros got 2 in inning number 6. And the throw goes over. Burnett, 29 years old, a first-round pick of the Buccos in 2000. Was traded to Washington in 2009.
Taking all the way there. No indication that he was going to drop down a bunt.
He's hitting 161 from the right-handed side with 31 at-bats.
Tough to steal a base in this situation with the lefty on the mound who's pretty quick to the plate.
In the hole at short. Here's the play to second. What a play. Espinosa got it to Lombardozzi for the force for out number 1.
Yeah, that had infield hit written all over it, but Espinosa on it quickly, and then the ability to unload in a hurry to force Altuve at second base. That's all about Burnett, the lefty on the mound. A tough read for Altuve to get a break. Just that step and a half it costs you before you break for your secondary lead. Probably the difference between safe and out there at second base.
Brett Wallace has a single and a sac fly. It's a tough lefty for a left-handed batter with that delivery. There's strike 1.
Left-handed batter's hitting a .169 off Burnett, no home runs. Wallace, though, does a good job. He hangs in there well against lefties. Looking to shoot that ball the other way.
Drew Storen just came back from an injury. He got the save yesterday. Pitched twice in the series with the Astros in Washington. Didn't give up a run in either outing. 69 appearances for him last year. The balls, 2 strikes.
And there will be those that second guess Brad Mills for not bunting with Marwin Gonzalez in that situation to try to tie the ball game up. That's the conventional way to play it, especially in your home park. But I think he just, tie game doesn't satisfy him in this situation. He doesn't want to get into a battle of the bullpens. He would have a significant disadvantage to the Nationals.
I have to agree with you there. Now here's the advance. Marwin Gonzalez into second.
There you go. Now you got a man in scoring position anyway. Well, not that the bunt is a bad play, but if people are wondering, well, why wouldn't he bunt there? There's your justification.
Wild pitch. Hit the umpire, and still Suzuki scrambles around and makes a good throw.
Very athletic back there, isn't he?
He is.
He's leading the American League in caught stealing percentage.
He blocks that one out in front. 2 balls and 2 strikes. On the way, Burnett steps toward the hitter. Is a challenge for a left-handed batter against this guy. Fly ball goes out to center field, chasing Bernardina deeper. He makes the catch for out number 2. Marwin Gonzalez tagging and going to third. And Justin Maxwell will bat. But maybe not against Burnett.
Yeah, Davey Johnson working his way out. He's going to make a double switch here.
Maxwell had a hit off Burnett in the series in Washington, April 16th. Davey speaks with Chris Conroy before crossing the lines. As Drew Storen all warmed up and ready to come in. You'll give the ball to him. He'll be pitcher number 5. 4-3 Washington. Back in a moment. the Nationals, he had 43 saves and 48 opportunities, but now he's just returned from an injury, and the closer job has been taken by Tyler Clippard.
He did get a save on Sunday. Storen missing the first 89 games of the season, had bone chips removed from the elbow of his pitching arm. So he comes back to help bolster this Nationals bullpen. Talked earlier about the differences between the Braves and the Nationals, two teams battling it out in the NL East, and right now the Braves bullpen looks a little better, but obviously with Storen returning to action, if he gets back to top form, that'll help enormously for Davey Johnson as he tries to finish off games. Storen, a hard thrower, averaging about 94 miles an hour with his fastball. He complements it with a slider and once in a blue moon changeup.
Now that changeup is something he's developed this year. Drew, 24 years old, facing Justin Maxwell, is 1 for 3, a triple. That's ball one. Slider's been a real staple for Drew. Steve Pearce is on deck. Storen's worked 5 scoreless innings in his last 7 appearances. First round pick in 09 from Stanford. Good job by Suzuki. And a wicked slider in the dirt.
Yeah, you got to be ready to advance in a ball that gets by Suzuki. It's just tough to get one by him. He's a goaltender back there. He is really quick.
Well, if there's a save tonight, it might go to him. He just saved a run. Catchers don't get saves, but ooh boy, they'll be crediting him if they win this one by 1. Two balls and a strike. Storen pitched 73 times last year. He broke in 2010 with 54 appearances.
Pretty nasty there.
Yep. 2-2. Right-handed hitters have seen, first of all, Jackson was breaking off some good sliders earlier in the game, and now Storen comes in as pitcher number 5. That's where they wind up. It's 3-2 now.
Boy, that's another good pitch. 95-mile-an-hour two-seamer with a little run back towards the outside corner. And just off of it, just down a little bit and off that outside edge. And they've really got him set up to come hard in if they feel like they can make a pitch in there and jam him. But I'm guessing he'll go back with that slider away.
And it's ball 4. Now Steve Pearce coming up. They did check with Mark Carlson. It was a check swing call.
Good job there by Maxwell. Earlier in the game, he struck out on a slider like this off the outside corner. This time able to check his swing. As a hitter, you get a sense of what an opposing pitcher is trying to do to you, and also the opposing catcher. How did they get me out before? What are they likely to try here? Got another power right-handed arm. What did he do the last time when I was facing Jackson?
Steve Pearce came off the bench and hit a single to right field to drive in a run in the 6th inning. That's what made it 4-3. J.D. Martinez on deck. He looks at ball 1. Pearce backs away. Nationals relievers at 118. They've lost 12 with a 3.46 group ERA. Gonzalez dancing off third a little bit. It's 2-0 to Pearce.
That one a little better looking than the fastball he threw Maxwell. You can see the disgust in the body language of Storen. He thought he had a strike, didn't get it from Conroy. And Suzuki kind of boxed it a little bit. He didn't catch that ball very well. Might have cost his pitcher a strike.
Sure looked like it on that. Maxwell takes off early, and he'll get there without a play. It's a strike. He picked a great time to go.
He went before first move.
It's ruled fielder's indifference.
I don't buy that.
I think it should be a steal.
That's the winning run. That's the potential winning run right there. The middle infielder broke to cover the bag.
Right.
If he doesn't break, that tells you that they weren't trying to defend the stolen base. I think Suzuki just saw the jump, realized he didn't have a shot at Maxwell. Right. It's possible they had a play on that they weren't going to throw through, but if that was the case, why would the middle infielder break to cover the base?
Yeah. Great jump by Maxwell. Now Pierce can give the Astros the lead with a well-placed single.
I don't think David Johnson was conceding anything with Suzuki behind the plate.
Maxwell stretching his lead out at second. Pierce looks at another one. Now it's 3-1. JD Martinez on deck.
Patient at bat by Maxwell to work the walk, and now same thing here from Pierce.
Pierce takes a walk, and the bases are loaded for Martinez. Storen looking puzzled and unhappy with the balls.
He's telling Suzuki those aren't all balls.
Yeah.
One of them for sure wasn't.
Martinez is 0 for 3. Suzuki made a good catch to snag his foul pop to win the 6th inning.
Well, if you're JD Martinez and you're coming up to hit here and you've been paying attention to what Storen's doing, you can pretty much disregard anything over the inside part of the plate. Everything's been fastball or slider away.
Matt Downs comes out to the on-deck circle. Pitcher Spadu up next. Well, the Astros as a team have hit 143 this year with the bases loaded.
Not a big crowd tonight, but an opportunity for them to make some noise as the Astros have the bases loaded, down 1.
Martinez has a grand slam among his 2 hits. 10 of his runs batted in have come in bases loaded situations. Bernardinez well over into right center for JD Martinez. That slider's up for ball 1. If he hits the ball to left center field, they can run for a while.
He's not pulled many balls lately. He's been hitting the ball the other way. They're deep in right field.
And 2-0. These right-handed hitters, Maxwell, Moore, Martinez, all working ahead in the count. Storen is not throwing them strikes.
Storen throwing a lot of pitches that you would throw once you get ahead of the hitter. Chase pitches once you get the jump, but he hasn't been able to get ahead first.
Maxwell gets a stolen base. That call was just changed. 3-0. J-Max got his 4th steal of the year. And now a visit from Suzuki to Storen with a count 3 balls, no strikes. He's 1 pitch away from walking in the tying run. JD Martinez came into this game a 130 career hitter against the Nationals. Crowd is standing, hoping something very good happens here. In the air to center, Bernardina backing on it. Bernardina with a catch. And the Astros load the bases but do not score in the 8th. There's a hit. There are 3 men left on, and it's 4-3 Washington.
Insurance Group. Call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE today. Game moves to the 9th. Wesley Wright on for the Astros. It's still the Nats by 1. Here's Bill and JD.
There you see Wesley Wright up on the big board. He had quite a weekend in Atlanta. 2 great appearances, an inning and a third Friday night, no hits, no runs. An inning and a third Saturday, no hits, no runs. His ERA moving down to 2.91, JD.
Yeah, he really threw the ball well. And, not only were the results good, but the quality of the pitches in those outings were really, really sharp, very crisp with both the fastball and the breaking stuff.
Lombardozzi leads it off and hits one foul for strike 1. 12 hits for the Nats, 5 for the Astros. The Astros have the only error in the game. They got a foul ball, and it's a 1-run ball game. The Astros will have the pitcher spot, then Corporon, then Bogusevic due up in the bottom of the 9th. Tyler Clippard is warming up. Good play on a short hop there by Pierce. He got in front of it, had time to block it. Lombardozzi hit a low liner, and it turned out to be out number 1 on a bounce.
A sharply hit ball. Pierce squares up behind it. No way that one was getting through.
Now Tyler Moore is the pinch hitter. Moore, a .295 hitter with 6 home runs, has 18 runs batted in 47 games of work. He was recalled June 7th from the minors. It's this one foul, and Pierce will watch it drift out of play. Another souvenir for a youngster. Moore, 25 years old, from Brandon, Mississippi. It's tough for a guy like Tyler Moore to get a whole lot of playing time with the talent in the outfield on this national club. But from time to time there have been some injuries and a need to rest some people, so he's worked his way in here and there. That one's off his foot. He limps away from home plate. No balls, 2 strikes to Moore. He's born in Lafayette, Louisiana. Went to Mississippi State. He was the Carolina League MVP in 2010. Last year at Harrisburg he hit 31 homers, drove in 90 runs. 16th round draft choice in '08.
Pretty good looking player for a 16th round draft pick. Those are impressive numbers.
Mississippi State's been a good baseball school down through the years. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Yeah. Will Clark.
Oh, yeah.
Jeff Brantley.
In tight, and that almost didn't. Oh, yeah. Did.
Flip that back leg, I think.
Oh, Tyler Moore, a base runner here with 1 out in the 9th inning. And Espinosa comes up.
Breaking ball just kept running in on Moore and just grazes that back knee.
Moore's pinch hitting for Bernardina there, so we get the speedy center fielder out of the game, looking for more runs, and go with Espinosa now. Espinosa's 2 for 4. That's ball 1. So maybe Harper moves back to center for the bottom of the 9th. We'll have to wait and see how they play it. Near the right field line, Bogusevic's coming over for it. In the corner, and he catches that one and fires back to first base. 2 outs. Bryce Harper follows. He's 0 for 3 with a walk. Chucky Fix warming up for Houston. Harper struck out looking. He's fly to center, and after the walk in the 5th, again fly to center field. This game has been filled with managerial maneuverings. Strike to Harper. Wallace well off the line at third. That pitch in the dirt. It's a 1 ball, 1 strike count. Been a season of a lot of appearances for Wesley Wright. And after the bullpen trades, he takes on even more importance as kind of the veteran guy out there now.
Yeah, well, he's the most tenured Astro, believe it or not. And, he's done a nice job. He had a little patch there where his control wasn't quite as good, but for the most part, he's been very consistent, very reliable.
Chopper to Wallace. Gets it on 1 big bounce. Guns over to first, and Pierce is there for out number 3. No runs, no hits, and a man stranded. Bottom of the 9th coming. 4-3 Nationals. comes in. Tyler Clippard. Bernardina was not in the number 9 spot in the order as had been listed in a couple of sources, so he is still in the game in center field. Meanwhile, Clippard, who has 22 saves this year, will come in. 22 of 25. He's 2-3 with a 3.04 ERA.
Yeah, he's kind of a unique cat. You don't see many guys like Clippard. An over-the-top delivery. He throws a fastball, a curveball, cutter, and a really good changeup. Changeup may be his best pitch. He gets a lot of strikeouts. He gets a lot of outs in the air. He's kind of Trevor Hoffman-esque the way he relies on that changeup. Strikeout pitcher. 10.9 strikeouts for every 9 innings pitched. His walk rate has been a little bit higher this year.
He took over as the closer May 22nd, showing no signs of relinquishing his grip on that job. And now the Astros go with pinch hitter Matt Downs. 210, 7 homers, 13 runs batted in. Batting for Wesley Wright. Wright in 1 inning allowed no hits, no runs, and he hit a batter.
Clippard batting average against him just 164, 50 innings, 30 hits.
Downs looks at it. It's ball 1. Drew Storen in 1/3 of an inning allowed no hits, no runs, walked 2 with no strikeouts. So 6 pitchers tonight for Davey Johnson. He tries to nail down a 1-run win. Downs has hit .353 his last 16 games with 2 homers. 1-1. Matt 2 for 27 as a pinch hitter with an RBI. Last year he was terrific in pinch hitting assignments. Corporon is on deck. Bogusevic's due up 3rd in the last of the 9th. The Astros do not have a walk-off win this year. It's 2-1. They've been out hit 12-5 tonight. And still the Nationals are hanging on. Astros loaded the bases in the 8th, and Martinez hit a 3-1 pitch to the center fielder, Bernardina. Whoa. Strike's caught. Nobody on base, no harm.
He'll get a second attempt to try this vault. There's no penalty for stumbling on the takeoff. Judges sometimes hold that against you, though.
Well, when he brings that leg down, you can see why that would happen. 3 balls and a strike. Brings it very low to the ground before he thrusts out toward the plate. Clippard was drafted by the Yankees in the 9th round in 2003. That's a strike. That makes the count full.
It's a quality 3-1 pitch there. He pitches a little bit backwards. He goes change up, and then a 3-1 clips the outside corner with that fastball. Downs likes to hit the fastball, but down a run, he's willing to lay off that borderline pitch, try to work a walk, get things started.
Oh boy!
And could not lay off that changeup for the 3rd time. That is a tough pitch, very difficult. I talked about the comparison to Hoffman. You see it out of the hand after he paints the corner with a 93-mile-an-hour fastball. It looks like a heater. And the last thing you want to do is get rung up looking at a 3-2 fastball.
Great pitch. Carlos Corporon's 0 for 3. Clippard last year was a setup man. He had 38 holds to lead the National League. Pitched 88 innings to lead all relievers in innings pitched in the NL. He hit him. Corporon will limp to first base. Chris Snyder, the other catcher, is the only Astros position player who hasn't been in this game. Got him on the left foot. So no pinch runner available unless it's Snyder.
Harrell.
Oh yeah, there is Lucas Harrell. How about this? Lucas Harrell is pinch running for Corporon. The Astros, down to their final 2 outs in this game, go with a pitcher. He's been on base a few times the way he's hit this year. He has 8 hits, scored 3 runs. Big smile on his face as he runs for Corcoran. And Bogusevic, the batter.
Job number 1, don't get picked off.
Altuve's on deck. Bogey looks at ball 1. He hit a fly ball to center in the 7th inning in his first at bat of the night. Clippard came in when he faced Houston and Washington on April 17th with a 1-0 lead in the 8th inning and held on to that. That one floats up high. It's 2 balls, no strikes. Brad Lidge saved that 1-0 game in which Clippard was the setup man in mid-April. Henry Rodriguez saved the first game and 3rd games of that series against the Astros. It took Clippard a while to work his way into this role. It's 3-0.
I green light him right here.
Yeah. Worth it.
Pump one out of here and win the ball game in dramatic fashion. Hard to know what you're going to get with Clippard, but you can feel pretty confident you're going to get a fastball on 3-0.
Good point, because he may not throw it on another hitter's count. That's ball 4, and there are runners at first and second with 1 out, and Altuve coming up now, and it gets more interesting.
A real wobbly bullpen for the Nationals here tonight. Storen got lucky to get out of trouble there in the 8th. JD Martinez hit that ball about as hard as he can hit it to center field on a line for an out. And now Clippard pitching his way into trouble by bouncing one off Corcoran's toe and walking Bogusevic.
Altuve singled in the 8th inning. He had struck out twice in the 1st and 3rd. Then he walked, stole a base, and scored in the 6th. Marwin Gonzalez is on deck. Altuve's driven in 29 runs this year. He takes ball 1. Nationals pitchers have walked 5. They've hit a batter. Strike for Altuve. It's 1-1. He has hit .292 with men in scoring position this year. Oh, the changeup. 1-2.
Such a different look. You know, most closers, power guys are throwing, you know, mid to upper 90s with hard breaking stuff. And Clippard has a good fastball. Clearly that changeup is his best weapon.
There's a drive to left field, headed for the wall. Harrell will come around third to score the tying run. And here's a stop sign at third base for Bogusevic. It's tied 4-4 on an RBI double by Altuve. Second hit, one in the 8th, one in the 9th, and Altuve has tied this game with his 30th run batted in. Another multi-hit game for Jose.
Yeah, he unloads on this one. Morris able to get it back in. No chance to score Bogusevic here. You see Dave Clark with the stop sign. That ball's already on its way back into the infield, but great chance now for their first walk-off win of the year. Nationals have to pull the infield in, and Marwin Gonzalez, who's having a very nice night, homered back in the first, has a chance to be the hero.
Home run, walk, ground out, Bouncer into a force play, and now the big one. Runners at second and third. One out in the home ninth inning, and Brett Wallace on deck. Strike for Clippard.
He's actually been tougher on lefties than righties this year. Left-handed batters hitting 141 against him. These guys looking for a reason to have a bone pile on the field.
Pitch out. Maybe squeeze. 1-1. Chance to beat a first place club with the bottom of the ninth rally. Right there for a strike. 1-2.
Get overly anxious in this situation, but you don't want to be passive either.
He struck out 20 times now in 148 at bats.
Play a little pepper. Short stroke it.
Strike three call. Wow. Gonzalez could not believe that that was not a ball. Chris Conroy bringing it up, 2 outs now.
Probably can't believe that it wasn't a changeup either. He got crossed up by Clippard thinking changeup, and Clippard able to zip one by him over the inside corner. That's a heck of a pitch.
It's Brett Wallace batting. Justin Maxwell on deck. Wallace is 1 for 3 with a sacrifice fly. Bernardino plays him straight up in center field, now moving 2 steps toward left center. Wallace looks at ball 1, doesn't get away very far.
I like what Davey Johnson's here. Some would argue, wait a minute, you got a lefty hitter up there and a righty on deck, put him on. But because Clippard's been so effective against lefties, the numbers support pitching to him, and this gives Clippard the freedom to stay out of the strike zone, try to get Wallace to chase his pitch regardless of the count. And then if he puts him on, he gets a fresh start with Maxwell. The downside is, of course, you don't have the force everywhere on the diamond, but Clippard gets, so many more outs in the air than he does on the ground.
The Astros record when they trail after 8 innings is 1-62. Right there, 1-2.
Clippard and Suzuki are making a real nice adjustment here. Go back to earlier in the inning. The Astros hitters were doing a real nice job laying off that changeup. So they're kind of changeup first, I think, has been the approach for most of the Astro hitters. And Clippard's gotten some fastballs by the last 2.
Broken bat, that one goes out of play. Wallace will need another stick with a 1-2 count.
And now the wheels are spinning for both Clippard and Wallace. He came in hard again with the fastball. So if you're Clippard and Suzuki, do you feel like that was enough to get him off the changeup, and then you could fool him with a change here? Or do you feel like Wallace is just committed to staying on the changeup throughout the at-bat?
On call by Wallace. This is only the 4th blown save for Clippard this year. Wallace fouls it back again. Upper deck. 24 pitches for Clippard.
I'm a little bit surprised they haven't taken a shot way up with a fastball. Going up around the letters to see if they could get Wally to chase. Coming back in.
And a strikeout for Clippard will send this game to extra innings. Here in the 9th, the Astros tied with a run on 1 hit. They leave 2, and it's tied 4-4.
By Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. The official sponsor of Extra Innings. Brownie?
Yeah, well, go for some of that right now.
Matt Downs stays in to play third base. Fred Wallace coming out of the game after making the final out there in the bottom of the 9th inning. And the pitcher will be Wilton Lopez with the catcher Chris Snyder replacing Corporon, who had left for the pinch runner Harrell. So now all the bench players have been used in this game.
Better stay healthy, boys.
Yeah. David Johnson still has 3 bench players available for him. Wilton Lopez, 3-0 with a 2.48 ERA, comes in to pitch.
And he's got to work his way through the middle of the order here. Zimmerman, Morse, LaRoche. All dangerous hitters due up for the Nationals in the top of the 10th. 41 times he's trotted out there. And he's been quite effective. 3-0, 248. For Lope. He's an easy guy to cheer for, folks. He is a wonderful guy.
Ryan Zimmerman leads it off. He has 2 hits, 2 runs batted in, and a walk. Yeah, his teammates love Lope. There's strike 1.
Fun-loving guy.
The Astros are 0-9 in extra innings. The Nationals are 8-6. Zimmerman lays off, and the count runs to 1-1.
Atlanta's already won their game tonight. They're looking to gain a game on the Nationals, so they're big Astro fans right now. 6-1 the Braves over the Phillies this evening.
Ben Sheets did it again. That's a 2-ball, 1-strike count. Morse is on deck. LaRoche due up third. Here's the 3, 4, 5 hitters come up in the Nats 10th. The Astros will have Maxwell, Pierce, and Martinez due to bat.
That's how you swing the bat on 2-0 or 3-1 right there. Big leg kick, and he unloads, but it's by him. Kind of swing. You see a guy taking slow pitch softball load up like that.
You bet. This one goes out to Altuve's left. On over to Pierce. One out for Wilson. The bullpen has been sturdy for the Astros. Not having allowed a run. Michael Morse is 2 for 4. He drove in a 5th inning run.
Yeah, the bullpen had a couple of days in Atlanta where they really performed well too. It's been a rough go for them, but lately been some better outings. Morse doing his, I don't know, what do you call that? Kind of martial arts type move.
Could be. Bouncer back to Lopez. 2 outs. And LaRoche will follow. LaRoche is 1 for 4 with an RBI. Astros took a 1-0 lead on a 1st inning homer by Marwin Gonzalez off Edwin Jackson, but then the Nationals tied it in the 4th with a run. They took the lead in the 5th with 3. They were up 4-6, then tied it in the 9th. St. Louis knocked off the Giants 8-2. Westbrook beat Kane.
96.
Wilson got his first save of the year in the 3-2 win Saturday night over Atlanta.
You're feeling it tonight, boy.
0-2. Had 5 straight scoreless outings now. Craig Stammen has had a good year. He's getting loose. LaRoche is down on strikes. That's a 1-2-3 10th. The Astros come up in the bottom of the 10th. Maxwell, Pearson, Martinez tied 4-4. Made a couple of moves here for the Nationals. Pitcher number 7 in the game, and Chad Tracy comes in at the same time playing first base. Adam LaRoche coming out, and the pitcher is Craig Stammen. He goes into LaRoche's number 5 spot in the order with a 4-1 record and a 2.40 ERA.
Stammen, fastball, slider, curveball, change. And works more like a starting pitcher with that diverse repertoire. Fastball 90 to 93.
Tracy's batting 9th with Stammen working the bottom of the 10th now. The Astros not only are 0-9 in extra innings, they have not scored a run in extra innings this year. Maxwell tripled in the 6th inning. He walked in the 8th. He's 1 for 3. Pierce is on deck. 0-1 for Stammen. Tyler Clippard in one inning allowed 1 hit, 1 run. He had 1 walk, hit a batter, and struck out 3. Stammen in second in innings pitched among relievers in the National League. Behind here, 2 balls, no strikes.
That run the Astros scored in the bottom of the ninth takes Dallas Keuchel off the hook.
Back.
Good feeling to spit the bit when you're that close to sucking up an L.
You bet. Stammen, 28 years old, born in Versailles, Ohio, went to the University of Dayton. Dayton Flyers. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 12th round pick in 05. Last year he was a starter at Syracuse most of the year. Line to shortstop, caught by Espinoza. 1 out. Steve Pearce next. Pearce came up the first time in the 6th inning and as a pinch hitter drove in a run with a single to right. Then he walked in the 8th. J.D. Martinez is on deck. That's strike 1 for Stammen. Westbrook with a win for the Cardinals is now 11-8. Matt Cain, the loser for the Giants, 10-5 now. Out to the left fielder. Morse comes in a few steps. 2 down. And now Martinez. He was at the plate with the bases loaded in the 8th inning. The Astros trailing 4-3. Worked the count to 3-1, then lined out to center. He's 0 for 4.
Now he will be charged with not getting the job done there, but he hit the ball about as hard as you can hit it, and that's all you can do is put a good swing on one.
Downs is in the on-deck circle. Cincinnati losing. St. Louis gains a game. Strike. Milwaukee and Giovanni Gallardo beat the Reds 6-3. Bronson Arroyo lost that one, and John Axford got his 18th save. Back.
Tell you what, Stammen cannot be accused of not giving the Astros anything to hit. He's challenged the middle of that strike zone with a number of fastballs in this inning.
White Sox beat Kansas City 4-2. 13th win for Chris Sale. In the air for the catcher. Suzuki back. And the 10th inning goes quickly for Stammen, as it did for Lopez. It's still tied 4-4 after 10.
beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side.
Well, the Astros would love to make this the night they get their first extra inning win. Wilton Lopez breezed through the 10th inning. Now he's back out for the 11th with Roger Bernardina coming up for the first time. Bernardina went in to play center field when they had the lead. And since June 28th, he's hit .359. Overall, a .275 hitter this season. Fouling it back for strike one. Bernardina with 3 homers, 19 runs batted in, has a .356 on base average. To go with those numbers on your screen, he's had 171 at bats. One ball, one strike. Rick Ankiel was in the mix in the outfield for a while, but he's no longer with the Nationals. Bernardina lately has been mired in a 3-for-22 slide. This one sneaks through into right field for the speedy Bernardina. Right between Pierce and Altuve for a leadoff single in the 11th.
And Bernardina has stolen 11 bases this year. He's been caught twice.
He could be going here. Suzuki, the batter, looks down at Bo Porter for signs. He is 1 for 4. Lopez glancing over at first. Snyder is now the Houston catcher. He's looking into the bench. Matt Downs in tight at third and creeping in even more. Suzuki showing Bud. He takes a strike. Bernardina returning to first quickly as Bo Porter goes through the signs again. The Angels behind Weaver are shutting out Oakland 4-0. Jared Weaver has that lead in the bottom of the 7th inning. Bunted in the air, and that'll bounce, and they collide. Pierce throwing to first, throws it away. And now here's Bernardina coming to third. Bo Porter will stop him there. He's going to run through the sign, and the Nationals score to go ahead. And now going into third, Suzuki. Pierce and Lopez colliding, and then the throw in into foul territory up the right field line. And Bernardina ran through the stop sign from Porter to score the go-ahead run.
Yeah, he'll get high fives in that dugout anyway. Because all's well that ends well for the Nationals, and not only do they get one home, but a chance now to add on. And really what made this play so good for the Nationals is the fact that Suzuki put down a bad bunt. Bernardina was kind of hung up there a little bit because he can't afford to go too hard in case that ball's caught in the air. But with the collision, he's off to the races. The errant throw allows him to come all the way around to score. The rule of base hit.
So hit for Suzuki, an error on Pierce, and an error on Bogusevic. And now Wilton Lopez is hurting from that collision with Steve Pierce. Rex Jones out to check with him. And the error by Pierce allowed the runner to go from first to third, Bernardina, and the error by Bogusevic is going to allow Suzuki to get to third base.
Got jarred here. You know, it's easy to sit up here and go, well, somebody needs to take charge of it. That ball is right in between two guys who are just trying to make a play on the ball. Downsy in the mix too, trying to avoid contact. And really, the big mistake was Steve trying to make the throw at this point. You know, once he picked it up, there really wasn't a play to be made at first base.
And Suzuki wound up at third. So not only do the Nationals have the lead, but they have a runner at third with nobody out now. And Lopez took a warm-up pitch or two. He's going to stay in. Now the infielders come in tight. Steve Lombardozzi, this time batting left, is 1 for 4. Bouncing one, and Altuve will check the runner and throw to first. 1 out.
Lopez certainly a good guy to have on a mound in this situation. He gets a lot of ground balls. He also can strike you out.
Chad Tracy's the batter. Tracy just came off the DL on Tuesday. Veteran player hitting .259, 3 homers, 12 runs batted in. Infield stays in with Suzuki at third and 1 down for the 32-year-old Tracy. He chops one, and this one goes to Downs. 2 outs.
Easily.
How about that for expertise? 2 chopping ground balls on 2 pitches with the infield in. Now back to the top of the order, and Espinoza, who has a pair of hits in 5 at-bats. 14 hits for the Nationals, 6 hits and 3 errors for the Astros. Downs, Snyder, and Bogasevic are due up in the Houston 11th. Bryce Harper's on deck. That's ball 1. Astros bullpen has had rough times this year with 5 wins, 23 losses, and a 4.97 ERA.
It's interesting on that bunt play because when that ball was in the air, everybody in the Nationals dugout probably fearful of a double play.
Yep. There by Espinoza makes it 1-2. He's checking with Chris Conroy to see where that pitch was. San Diego leads the Cubs 2-0. They're in the top of the 7th in San Diego. Eric Stoltz started that game. He's out now for the Padres. Foul ball back, keeps it at 1-2. Well, the Cubs have really turned over their team. They're going with Brett Jackson in center field, Rizzo at first, Josh Vitters at third.
Rizzo has not disappointed.
Oh, not at all. He has been something else. Started it, and he checked the swing. Espinoza creates a 2-2 count by not going through with that swing. The Astros battled back after trailing from the 5th inning on. They got 2 in the 6th to pull it within 1 at 4-3. Tied it in the 9th, and had runners at 2nd and 3rd, 1 out. 2 strikeouts kept the game tied after 9. Foul back. Marwin Gonzalez was caught looking. And then Brett Wallace struck out to end the 9th inning and send this one to the 10th. Now Lopez, pitcher number 6 for Houston, trying to keep it at a 1-run deficit.
Well, maybe the oldest cliche in the book is what a humbling game baseball is, and no better example than Marwin Gonzalez with that home run into the 2nd deck, his first at bat, and then gets called out looking in the 9th with the winning run on 3rd base.
Still 2-2. Tomorrow night in game 2 of the series, it's Jordan Lyles and Ross Detweiler. Ball 3, a full count now to Espinoza. Rockies are leading 2-0 after 5 at Los Angeles. Pomeranz started. He went 4 for Colorado. The 3-2 pitch coming to Espinoza. And Wilson Lopez gets a strikeout to end the Nationals' 11th inning. They score a run on 2 hits with 2 errors and leave a man. They lead at 5-4. Inning with an unearned run. Now the Astros come up in the bottom half. Craig Stammen can be the winning pitcher. He's 4-1 this season. He had a 1-2-3 10th inning. It's Matt Downs to lead it off here in the 11th against him. Downs struck out in the 9th inning in his first at bat of the night. Chris Snyder will follow, and then Brian Bogusevic is due up third. No one bouncing for ball 1.
Been the norm for Stammen to start the right-handed hitter's first pitch slider.
That one goes to 2 balls, no strikes now.
Good chance for Downs now in a hitter's count. Stammen, when he shoots for that outside corner, he's got good run on the fastball, but it's been running back towards the middle of the plate on him. Like that.
2-1. Stammen in 09 as a starter for Washington made 19 starts. He had a complete game win against the Astros here at Houston that year, 13-2. It's a liner to center. Bernardina in for a catch. It was. Downs couldn't find a landing zone for a hit, and it lined out to Bernardina. Chris Snyder takes a little walk before getting in the box now. This will be his first time up. Hitting 178. 5 homers, 20 runs batted in, 163 at bats for Chris. Carlos Corporan left when he was hit by a pitch in the 9th, and Lucas Harrell ran for him. Snyder takes strike 1.
Outfield deep. Zimmerman guarding the line at third. Snyder a pull hitter.
Bogusevic on deck. It's 1-1. Well, when Corporan reached in the 9th inning And it wound up being a good move. Lucas Harrell, the pitcher, pinch ran for him and scored the tying run. But now that wouldn't happen if Snyder reached here. There wouldn't be anybody left to catch if it went on to the 12th inning.
No, probably couldn't get the league office to approve activating Javier Bracamani or Stretch Suba to catch the 12th. So.
It's worth a try.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
1-2. Edwin Jackson left the game with the lead after 5 1/3. Wound up with a no decision. Snyder looks at ball 2. It's 2-2. A lot of work by these bullpens tonight. The Astros bullpen went to work in the 7th. And the Nationals pen went to work 1 out into the 6th inning. That's ripped to left field. It's hooking, and Chris Snyder has hit a foul ball.
Oh, man.
Close to tying at 5-5.
Don't need a pinch runner, and you're jogging around the bases, and he just missed tying this ball game.
Two balls and 2 strikes. And a foul ball there. Suzuki came up out of that crouch. Looked like he was hit by the ball. Yeah, he's limping. He took a shot on that one.
Well, Snyder fought off a pretty good pitch here to stay alive.
Catchers commiserate. Snyder lays off 3-2. He's done a lot of things well in this plate appearance. Now let's see what the result's going to be. Almost hit a game tying homer. Bogusevic's getting ready. Two of the Nationals' 5 runs have been unearned tonight. Clocks that one, but that one goes foul too.
Man, yeah, that's got Suzuki running out there. Say, hey, man, just be careful if you're going to throw in, get it off the plate. That's again, his two-seamer has a lot of run back towards the middle, and that really plays to the strength of Chris Snyder. A really good swing, fine play down there. If you're going to be in that part of the ballpark, good idea to bring your glove.
Especially if you can use it like he can. That was a screamer. He's hit a couple of shots foul in this at bat. And ground ball foul. Dave Clark had to get out of the way of that one. Still 3 balls, 2 strikes. And he gets the play. 23 pitches for Stammen so far. This will be his 10th to Snyder. Now both these guys, Downs and Snyder, putting up good battles here. And Maxwell lined a shortstop in the last inning off Stammen. He gets a strikeout. 2 outs.
A lot of good swings in this at bat for Snyder, but ultimately went after a ball that was out of the zone.
Strikeout for Nationals pitchers. Bogusevic is 0 for 1 with a walk. Altuve on deck. Now Bernardino is going to move toward left center field. And stops to straightaway center for Bogey. And that's strike 1. Nationals trying to stay 3 in front of Atlanta, which won 6-1 at Philly. No balls, 2 strikes. They've had that margin or something similar to it for a while now. They've really been solid throughout the season. Have not gone into a major slump.
Starting pitching makes it hard for them to slump, even when their bats were cold. And their bats really didn't do a whole lot first couple months of the season for the Nationals, but the pitching was so good. They've been in first place 108 days out of 118 over in the NL East.
They're trying to go 34-21 on the road with a win tonight. Slightly better than their home record. 2-2 the count. Government moving on to Arizona next, and then San Francisco on this long 10-game road trip. Dirt this time, and it's a full count to Bogusevic. Fresh supply of baseballs delivered to the home plate umpire, Chris Conroy. Davey Johnson has 3 lefty relievers. He used Scorzolani in the 6th inning, and then he used Burnett later. Still has Mike Gonzalez available. Bogusevic takes a 2-out walk. Six walks now for the National pitching staff tonight. The starter had only 2, and then there were no more until the 8th inning. And this relief corps has really created jams by walking players tonight. Jose Altuve is going to try to make them pay. He is 2 for 4 with a walk. He drove in that tying run with his 9th inning double. And at that point, the Astros needed a hit to win it with runners at 2nd and 3rd and 1 out, and couldn't make contact. Strike 1 to Altuve.
Stammen has allowed runs in 3 of his last 4 appearances out of the Nationals bullpen. Back on July 1st, his ERA was 1.41. It's up a full point since then.
Runner going. Swing and a miss. Suzuki's throw. Not in time. Stolen base by Bogusevic. That's number 4 for the Astros tonight. And they have really done well under pressure with those steals.
Not a real big lead by Bogey. A pretty good jump and just ahead of that throw from Suzuki. I love the play. I have no problem getting caught stealing there to end the game. Got to go for it.
That's his 12th. No balls, 2 strikes now. And a liner, 1 hopper, knocked down Lombardozzi to first, and the Nationals win it. Another ball hit hard by the Astros, but right at Lombardozzi. He had time to knock it down and get Altuve to win this game. So Davey Johnson's club goes to 66-43, maintains its 3-game lead over the Atlanta Braves. The final score in 11 is the Nationals 5, the Astros 4.